morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Hello there and a very good morning to you. Welcome along to Sewing Street. We've got an amazing day for you today, so I hope you can stay with us for the next few hours. And it's all kind of a nod towards the quilting and festivals and topical things that are going on like that. But we're going to start the day, as usual, with our early bird. I love it when an early bird is something that you need and something that you're going to keep needing and something that we've taken the price down of something that you really do need, even if you've got loads of these already. It's rotary blades. There are 3 blades in here, 45mm, so the most commonly used size of rotary blade. Stock up while we've got these prices. We are going to go down a little bit, so £8.99 would be the usual price, but it is an early bird, so we're taking £1 off that and going down to £7.99. If you're new to us, hello, welcome along. The early bird is an offer that we bring you first thing in the morning, and it gives you an opportunity to put things into your basket. So open up that basket. Do go through to checkout though, and I shall explain why. We will keep the price down for as long as we have the stock or until midnight tonight, down at £7.99, and you can multi-order. If you're going to go for 1 pack at £7.99, I don't think your postage is worth it really, is it? I wouldn't do that. However, once you've ordered something, if you come back and order anything else throughout the whole of the course of the day, either from a show or off the website, from anything from a packet of needles or a packet of bees to a sewing machine, you'll only pay the 1 postage throughout the whole of the day. So that's the advantage of opening up that basket, starting your shopping experience and getting yourself a bargain into the deal as well. We do have a price comparison. 1 singular blade, now this is Fiskars, but same size, same type, for £9.70. You're getting 3. Oh, they discount. Oh, they discount if you buy more. That's good, isn't it? They'll discount if you buy more. We discount on 1, but you're getting 3. So there are 3 blades in here, and do make sure you've got enough. There's nothing better than using a new blade where you don't have to press on quite so hard, where it just glides through the fabric. And these wear quite quickly, particularly if you go over a pin. 1 pin and then your blade's gone. So the more I can have kind of in stock, and I'm kicking myself because I only bought some the other day, the more I can change them. And you can save the old ones, use them for paper or something, but for your fabric, it's just, it does make a difference, doesn't it? It's like a brand new pair of scissors and it's just, just glides through. We've got another price comparison. This is another Fiskars branded blade. So ours is so easy, so not a big name brand, but it's same size, same use. That's £8.99. For 1, you're getting 3. You're getting 3. Now we've got lots at the moment, and but that's going to go down because you can order more than 1, and I would stock up. Julie, hello. She says, good morning, lovely Debian team. Have a good day. Having a wonderful day so far, Julie. I hope you are too. And hello, Anne. She says, morning on Facebook. Come and message us if you like. So the messages that you see across the bottom here will come through the website. So if you're watching on SewingStreet.com, you can pop a message in there. If you want to go onto the Facebook page, then you can send a message there, and I'll pick those up on the iPad here. So it'd be nice to hear from you. What you're doing, what you're sewing, where are you, what's your weather like? Do you know, this morning on my way into work, I did something in my car that I haven't done for a month. I put the windscreen wipers on. Wasn't very much, it was a very misty rain, but it was enough to get the wipers going, so that was quite exciting. Never thought I'd be excited to see rain. My lawn would be very excited to see rain. It's a lovely kind of crispy yellow, a bit like my hair. If I lay down on the lawn, you wouldn't see my hair at all. That's a gorgeous colour. So anything for a drop of rain. Not sure what that would do to my hair. But anyway, Caroline, hello, morning, about to leave for Festival of Quilts. Oh, you're going tomorrow as well, Caroline. I'll see you there if you are. Pop over to the Sewing Street stand, won't you, if you are going to Festival today. I think John's there today, isn't he? I think John's there. but you'll see lots of people around. Anyway, we are kind of celebrating a little bit of festival here today because we've got, well, not at 8 o'clock, we're not. At 8 o'clock, it's Citrus Bliss. It's all about lemons and bees at 8 o'clock this morning. We do have some Quilt Festival specials in there as well, though. Twirling Stars Quilt with Carolyn Forster is amazing, and this is all hand-pieced. She'll well explain if you wanted to do a little bit of machine sewing with it, you can do, but that is just an amazing quilt. And we've got some fabric bundles for you as well. And then we've got the Bibi quilted jacket and crossbody bag with Fiona coming up at 10 o'clock. A really, really popular jacket, this one. But we have some brand new quilted fabrics for you to experiment with too. So that's at 10, and then at 11 is the Spools Quilt with Carolyn again. That's the quilt that's behind me here. That one is machine sewn, and we've got fabric bundles for you too. And then back with Fiona again at 12 o'clock with your Paloma top, which is brand new. This is lovely. And Dotty skirt. So that's at 12 o'clock today. So that's what we've got coming up. Morning, Jill Jones. She says, morning, lovely to see you. Lovely to hear from you too. Now, if you want to have a shop ahead, if you've got a busy day today, but you want to see what's coming up, take a look on SewingStreet.com and click on Watch Live. And, oh, there you go. You can say hello there, look. Coming up is, that's what we call pre-order. So these are some of the fabric bundles, the tools that you have, the template and instructions for the Twirling Stars quilt. We've got that on its own. We're expecting that to sell out, so you could really get ahead with that one. We've got as many as we can. We won't be having any more of those in today. But we've got lots of tools, lots of fabric bundles for you, some great offers for you. Pre-quilted fabrics. Now then, it's double-sided. So for £8.99 for half a metre, you're getting half a metre of the blue fabric, you're getting half a metre of the red that looks like block fabric, block printed, and then half a metre of wadding, but all quilted together. So price-wise, that is an amazing price because you're effectively getting 3 pieces in one. There's another one, look, that's a pre-quilted fabric. And we've got denim bundles, so we can make that's another one, look, bundles for bags. The pink one's a pre-quilted one, isn't it? That's £7.99. £7.99. And there's bundles. So there's lots of exciting stuff coming up. So if you can't stay with us this morning, then do take a look on SewingStreet.com and see what else we've got. Right. Let me show you one of the bundles that we have. It's white fabric. It's white fabric. Always useful. It's 1.5 metres. Now, this is pre-cut as 1.5 metres. It's a Rose and Hubble, and it's really lovely quality. And white, yeah, well, you should always have white fabric in your stash, shouldn't you? But we're going to do a bit of a festival deal for you here, and to take the price down. So it should be £11.97. It's going down to £9.99. So 44 inches or 112 centimetres wide. And that is, if you just joined us, it's not snowing. Yeah. That's your width, look, and that is 1.5 metres. So it works, yeah, I'm sorry, the camera's going a bit silly now, aren't they? Sorry about that. That's your 1.5 metres. So it's basically a lot of fabric. And so you could mix that in with a stash for Caroline's quilts as well. But it is pre-cut. So if you order 2, you will have 2 1.5 metre pieces. And lots of you are multi-buying. Go for as many as you like. When you've checked out your baskets, 1/3 of the stock sold out of that one already. But always have plain white fabric. It makes everything else just pop, doesn't it? Hello, Helen. Good morning. A nice surprise this morning. Oh, thank you. And Delia, hello. Looking forward to the shows today. Lovely, so am I. Okay, £9.99 for that one. That's going to sell out. There's not very many left. So please go through and check out of your basket. just make sure you get hold of yours. We will have some people disappointed with that one. So, yeah, people might not realise why we're getting excited about white fabric. But Hannah says, if you know, you know. So if you know, you know. And if you're there and you're ordering, you know. Half the stock sold out now when everyone's checked out. Again, £9.99. That's ridiculously low. And this isn't, a polycotton bargain that we've got off the back of a lorry somewhere. It's Rose and Hubble cotton fabric, so it's really lovely quality. Down to single figures now when everyone's checked out. Again, it's only £9.99. What are you going to use it for? What would be your plans? See, I think most colours, unless it's got a cream colour in the background, this just makes everything else stand out, doesn't it? There's nothing it doesn't really go with. Certainly does. Oh, bees! Everything that we have for you in this show, anyway. Okay, that's going to go. Oh, Dawn says, morning, Debbie, looking very cool today. The aircon's on in here, it's quite cold. But thank you. Looking forward to today's show. Enjoy the Festival of Quilts. I will be on there all day tomorrow, so if you're there, come and say hello. Anya from Australia. Pity I can't shop. Can we not shop? Do we not send to Australia? What time is it over there? Are you in the middle of the night or later on in the afternoon? I think you might be later on in the afternoon, aren't you? Come and let me know what you're doing. Right. Let's have a look at the panel. We do have a mega bundle of this one, but we do have this panel on its own. And lemons and bees, you see, in this hour. Lemons and bees. This is created a Citrus Bliss collection. It reminds me, it's like Portuguese tiles, isn't it? Morning, Claire. She's morning, Debbie and all. It is bigger than that, if I just open that up and show you the whole size. And it is a panel. So this is more than half a metre. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 30 squares altogether you're getting there. But that with white, if you're putting a border around it, if you're cutting these out individually and then putting some sashing in and making it into a bigger quilt. But, this is a big size anyway. That would make, wouldn't it, a lovely tablecloth for your summer barbecues. Maybe some cushions. So that'd be a huge cushion to sit on outside, wouldn't it? So smaller cushions with 4, big cushions with 9. Maybe a tote bag, a market bag would be lovely in this fabric. And it's really lovely quality. Oh, Annie says it's 5:15 p.m. in Australia and it's cold and rainy. We'd be quite happy with a bit of cold and rainy, I think, over here, wouldn't we? Loving the lemon fabric, it says Tara. Oh, what would you do with it, Tara? What would you make out of that? I think I'd make all placemats, Hannah said. I would be making things for the garden, seeing as we're spending so much time out there at the moment. I didn't yesterday. Too hot. My chickens were panting. The little wings out and the beaks open. We've got all the ducklings hiding anywhere that was shady, so they were under the chairs. My dog will not stay inside if I'm outside, so yeah, she was sleeping at the side of the car in the shadow. Not moaning though, not complaining. There are people a lot worse off. No, anyway, $14.99, and again, if I just lift that up, that is a big panel. If you want more, we do have a mega bundle, so this includes this panel. Oh, unfold. So it's got to be neat, it's just a thing. And the mega bundle, I don't know where that accent came from, includes the panel, and you're also getting half a metre for free. I love these colours. And the way you've got this kind of inky blue background, but it's all textured. And we've got the detail on there is amazing. So the jugs and the lemon slices, we've got lemon tea. And then we've got, I love this pottery, don't you? But even the colours, you know, the blues and the yellows, I don't know. But this colour of blues and yellows go really well together. We've got baskets of fruits and butterflies, and I just love all the tiny, tiny detailing. Lemon trees in pots, and then lemons, butterflies and birds. So fresh, isn't it? And then the lemons on the, almost like a verdigris effect of the green in the background on that one. Oh, I love the teapots. Teapots on yellow, excuse me, and teapots on blue. And then you've got the birds and lemons there as well. And again, if you want to break the colour up, but there, I'll show you those in a minute. Getting really busy for these as well. So, Rebecca, hello, good morning. I can't make the festival's quilt, so I'm quilting all weekend instead with SewingStreet on. What better thing to do though? Nice, relaxing little sew for the weekend. That's a good plan, I reckon. So again, you're including the panel on this one. It does mean that you get 1/2 metre of this for free. I would go for some kind of solid or a blender to break this up a little bit, because they do kind of blend in together. So I think if you put a plane in between those, if you're quilting them, I think that would look really nice as well. If you're making to sell, what a lovely kind of display you're going to have on your stand. They're really, really eye-catching colours. I love the little birds on there as well. Birds and butterflies, that's my favourite one. I think that's so pretty. We've got another message. I love having the messages. Judith, hello. She's in Cumbria. She says, you can have some of our rain. Oh, have you got the rain? Oh, yay. We have sunshine at the moment. I'm loving the fabrics this morning. Yes, it was a little bit misty rain. It wasn't actually pouring down this morning, but hopefully the plants have been grateful for it. A quarter of the stock of this one sold out. So you've got a reduced price of £70.92. That's a decent size saving, isn't it? And remember, that is including that panel that I showed you earlier on as well. So panel, 1/2 metre for free. That's going to keep you going for a while, isn't it? All the projects you can be making with those. And it's dateless, isn't it? You know, this is something, if you look back, then that would have been popular years ago. So that to me means it's going to be popular in years to come as well. There's quite a lot of you with this in baskets, and you're not going anywhere with it. If you want it, it would be an idea to go through and complete your purchase. Because when we get to the stage where we have more people ordering than we have the stock of, those people that are going through to pay will be able to take things out of your basket. So it's just the way that it works. I'm sorry about that. So just to make you aware, I'm not being pushy. It's up to you. If you want to buy it, then if you really want it, then I would go through and buy it. If you're not too fussed, then don't worry. Somebody else will come along and buy it anyway. Yeah, these are going to go. There's really, really busy for those. Oh, I'd love to know what you're going to make with them. What do you see? Do you look at fabrics and think, right, that's the fabric I'm going to make this out of? Or do you have a project in mind already and you wait for the right fabric for that to come along? Tara says, I think I would make some placemats and cushions for the garden. That's what I'm thinking. I'd do that with this one. And also a knee-length circle skirt out of the panel. Oh. I had an ooh in my ear at the same time as I went ooh in my ear. That had been, oh. You wouldn't get a full-length skirt out of that. You'd have a mini. Tell you what you could do. If you made a handkerchief hem skirt, so you're going to cut a hole in the middle of there, bigger than you need it to be, put some elastic inside it, and then use some of the fabric from here as a border around the bottom. Because unless you want, you could have a mini skirt, you know, each to their own. But yes, that would make, because it hangs nicely as well. That would be lovely. Right, we'll come back to this in a short while. Right, half of the stock of that is in baskets. Let's just put this out of the way. So, before I put all of that away, let me show you these. These are long quarters. So they're the width of the fabric, but they're 12 and a half inches long. But the colours that Hannah's put together match perfectly with this fabric range as well. And she's taken the price down as well. So you actually get the same amount of fabric as a fat quarter, but it's long instead of fat. And it only works out at £2.22 a long quarter. So, Hannah, that's a big saving. Oh, she is in festival mode. But the teals match the teals, the blues match, the greens match, the lemons. And it's got a nice textured print to this one as well. It's gorgeous. So that goes with that. Beautiful. So I'll move those out of the way because it looks like you get everything and we're not that generous. But the prices being reduced are amazing, amazing. Shall I just show you what a long quarter looks like as well? Shall we open one up? So that's your width, your length, sorry, and then the whole of the width of the bolt. So 112 or 44 inches wide. You've got for those. 9 pieces for £19.99 is a fabulous price. And it's Macawa. So you've got that lovely quality as well. Okay, if you love the Macawa linen texture, we did have a bundle on yesterday. We don't actually physically have it here to show you, but there were a couple of checking out issues yesterday apparently for people. So what Hannah is going to do is to put it back on now. So you do have the opportunity of going for this if you wanted to now. So it's all of the same type of fabric. And, it should be £179.70, but they went to £149. There's 15 metres in there altogether. £149.70. Wow. So yes, a little bit of a treat for you there, I think. So that shouldn't have been on the show, but she's in a really good mood today. Always know when Hannah's in a good mood. Because your prices just keep dropping down. Yeah? Yeah? So again, you've got a 3-way split as well. So you only need to pay a third of the cost today. So a massive saving there, and 3 ways for £149.70. Ooh. If you're going to go for the Spools Quilt that's on later on, that would look very nice as well, wouldn't it? Morning, Therese. Lovely quilt behind me. Have a nice day. This is the Spools Quilt that's coming up at 11 o'clock this morning with Carolyn Forster. It is lovely. We don't have these fabrics, but we do have other fabric bundles put together as well. But she makes quilts that really can celebrate all of your favourite fabrics. So if you've got fabrics in your stash, if you've got smaller pieces of fabric, then this is a great quilt to do. And of course, you don't have to make the whole big quilt if you just wanted to make smaller sections of that. And then, of course, you've got the pattern for the block as well. If you just wanted to do a row across the bottom of a bag or a cushion or something, or even on a plainer quilt, then you can do that. Anyway, that's coming up later on. So, if you want to go for that Macawa bundle, we do have some fabric by the ½ metre, which would go really well with that. So this is by the ½ metre. Isn't that gorgeous? So this is Hannah's choice. She absolutely loved it. She said, I couldn't not put it on. And it's by the ½ metre. This is ½ metre. You're going to want more than that, aren't you? That is so pretty. And it just goes with everything, doesn't it? So a scrappy quilt, absolutely perfect, because of course you can cut the different colours almost. You could just make 2 cushion covers that coordinate, so that could be the front of one and that could be the front of another. But a gorgeous ombre rainbow effect on these. Hello, Donna. She says, morning, Debbie and everyone. Morning to you too. Thank you for joining us this morning. Lovely quality as well. That is really nice. Really lovely. We've actually got more in baskets than we have available for that one. So congratulations if you've got yours. We have another bundle of fabrics, which is these. Now, these are Lewis and I. So it just goes with everything, that, doesn't it? Just goes with everything. So a little bit fruity. A bit early in the morning to be a bit fruity, isn't it, really? And then we've got a bumbleberry. So that's the two of those, half a metre of each of those for £14.48. Hannah says, nah. Nah, she said. £10.99. That's £5.49 for half a metre. And it's Lewis Irie. Don't tell him we did that, will you? That's fabulous. I love all these summer prints. And, you know, particularly, I loved Christmas. Love Christmas in July. Hopefully you've got yourself lots of bargains and lots of projects to be coming up with leading up to Christmas. But I'm so glad Christmas is over and we're back to celebrating summertime. Bright colours and fruit. Yeah, and bumbleberries. But it's happy fabric, isn't it? It's happy fabric. I mean, you can use that with your Christmas fabrics as well. It doesn't mean they have to go together. I think if we do Christmas in July, should we do a complete swap and have summer at Christmas for a change? So this would be your Christmas fabric. What do you reckon? I've always fancied Christmas in a hot country. Never had Christmas in a hot country. My eldest lad, when he went on his travels when he was younger, ended up on Bondi Beach in Australia. And I think that the deal was you're not allowed to leave the beach till the beer's gone. I don't think he can remember much about Christmas Day, but it sounded fabulous. Oh, she's getting daring now. So Hannah's taken your price down to £10.99. She doesn't take another £1 off. If you've already bought it at £10.99, don't worry. You'll still pay the lowest price at £9.99. £5 for half a metre of Lewis and Irene. Morning, Sheila. Not as early as you think. It's always time for fruity. What have you been up to this morning? Feeling fruity at 8:30 in the morning. Got the dots in the background as well. I love fabrics where so much thought's been taken into not just the main image on the fabric, but what's going on behind it as well. It adds depth and it adds texture. Okay. Not going down anymore with that one. Right, what else we got? Oh, I'm a little fruity this morning as well. These are my panels. So we have lemons in squares. We don't have very much stock of these. They're 5 1/8 inch square, and you've got 40 of those all together. Can't remember what I made out of those. So that is, again, £14.99, but we don't have very many of those. Nice for kitchenware, isn't it? I mean, I know they're squares, but no reason why you couldn't cut out a tea cosy shape or actually a blind in your kitchen would be quite nice, maybe with a white fabric, and then have this as borders across the bottom. You could be making your Kenwood chef cover or your toaster cover or things like that. Cushions for your kitchen chairs. So that's your 5 inch square panel. They're even gift bags. If you're going to somebody's house for dinner, maybe you could make a bottle bag. Wash bag would be a nice one if you're going travelling. Or even if you just like to keep your bathroom things tidy. That's that one. And then, this one, this is Hexie's. I made a quilt out of this. I should have brought it if I'd have known. All I did was put some wadding behind it and then stitch around all of the shapes so it looked like I pieced everything together. And then I left the edge with the shape of the hexagons and then bagged it out. So I put the backing on and then bagged it through. And it makes a really nice, fresh little quilt. I mean, it gives us something to sit on outside on the lawn to stop the spikes of the straw sticking in you. I got one stuck in my foot the other day. So yeah, just somewhere for the kids to sit outside. That's £17.99. Again, we don't have very many of those. And it's quite a big panel as well for your £17.99. Quite a big one. And then, is that the apron one? Let's have a look. So that's that and that. Fold that up nice. And then, let's do this. Hannah's just saying she had a shared front garden. What many, I think it was my first house I ever bought. Apron, by the way. But it was it's kind of, my first house wasn't an apron. I just thought I'd better do my job a little bit while I'm chatting. It was a terraced house with a front garden, but the gardens were kind of staggered. So as you went to the front door, your garden was to one side. I didn't know that. I'm not a fan of roses. So I dug them all up. I dug a whole row of roses up because they're spiky little devils. And I really didn't like them. And it was only when my neighbour came home from work and said, "Why have you dug me roses up?" I did have to buy more roses. And it did speak to me again. Should have checked. You took me roses up before. Didn't like them. Don't like roses. So full-size apron panel, the instructions are on there. I would get your white fabric to back it with. Oh, that's sold out then. Okay. But you can still get your white fabric. Oh, have you ever done anything like that there? Just not necessarily going round to the neighbour's house and just digging their plants up willy-nilly, but genuine mistakes like that, and you just thought, why did I do that? Just me then. Right, we have another bundle. Oh, there we go. Let's go back to this one. Just because there's lots of you with this in baskets. And if you're sitting on the fence, oh, I don't know whether I want it. I'm just going to leave it sat there in my basket until I make my mind up. I'm just hoping that you'll make your mind up before you miss out on this one. Oh, hi, Jan, morning. And Sheila says, have my granddaughter a field with me, so an early start. Please say hello to her. She would love it. Ophelia. Is it Ophelia? Sheila. Morning, Ophelia. How are you today? Have a nice day with Grandma, won't you? Right. Okay, so it's all of... Oh, when everyone's checked out, we're on single figures for this, so there is a chance that you're going to miss out on that one. The panel is included, all of the fabrics, and your price not only is lower, it also includes a free half metre of that as well, for £70.92. Okay, so we do have another Dan Morris, because I've been saying it's lemons and bees, and we haven't shown you any bees yet, have we? Here's your bees. There is a panel that matches for this, but it's not in the bundle. Okay. Cheery little bee faces, look. I do put water out for the bees as well. They have a very shallow little dish that they have their water. Price is going to go down on this one as well. So this is another Dan Morris. Oh, £5 has come off that one. So bears and bees. It's the Buzz collection. But they're sweet. I love the sweet little faces. They're really cute, aren't they? So we've got the bears with the honey, little bees on there. There's smiley facey bees. And then flowers. And more bears. And more flowers. Love the texture in the background again on these. And then we've got bees and beehives on that one. Oh, down to single figures on this one now as well. All half-metre pieces. And we've got split payments, so you only need to pay half of that today. But that's quite fun, isn't it? My eldest granddaughter, who's 11 now, is Beatrix, and they call her Bee for short. So anything with bees on, she's just drawn. Oh, she's got, she started up her own little craft company because she sews now, and she's called it the Beehive. Oh, the BEA, because that's her name. And she's been making pencil cases and things for the school fete. I've been talking about this for a long time. And she had the school fete the other day, and she made £140 for the school. So proud of that little girl. Yeah? Yeah, unfortunately, she couldn't keep it. So, yeah. But no, she'd love that one. Anyway, £42.94 for those. We've only got 6 of those left now, so do go through to check out when you can for that one. Oh, it's getting busier. Oh, we've got these by the half metre, so if you only want the one, should we start at the beginning? Because that's a very good place to start. So there we go with the mustardy colour background. It's got little daisies, little bees on there as well. Very cute bears. And like, yeah, and I was just saying, maybe a quilt for a child that's a little bit older than, so not necessarily a baby quilt, but a child's quilt would be very nice. And it's not pink or blue, so it's, you know, doesn't matter who. And they're kind faces. You know, sometimes with toys, or drawings of toys, paintings of toys, they can look a little bit, oh, I'm not sure about that. But these are nice little gentle smiles on their faces. So it's a nice, they're nice bears. They're cuddly bears. So this one is honey gold, and they are £7.99 for your half metre for that one. And then we've got smiley face bees as well. So I'm just looking at all the details, almost like having a bee in a wreath. No. So beautifully framed. You could fussy cut those, couldn't you? And again, that's £7.99 for your half metre. And then the floral, we've got 2 colours in that. Doesn't actually have bees or bears on it. And that's going to sell out. So if you just love those colours, but you didn't want the bears and the bees. But yes, lovely, lovely print and the shading. They do look like watercolours. Ollie was just saying. That's going to sell out in a minute, and then let's move on to the grey background of the bears and the little bees. Do bears actually eat honey? And then I do like this fabric with the grey background. Oh, that one's gone, I think. Oh no! Oh, we've got a few. We've got 2 metres left. I just think it's really different because you would have thought that grey would kind of bring the tone of everything down, but it doesn't. It just makes the flowers kind of jump out at you even more. And then the final one, more bees. So those are £7.99. We don't have a lot of these left now, though. We've got some sellouts in those, as you heard. I'll give you a reminder of the mega bundle, where you get all of them at a reduced price. But we've only got 5 mega bundles left now. So that's going to go. That's come from Hannah, not me. There's a real buzz around this fabric. Yeah, I'm not taking that one. No, I don't think it's good enough to take the credit for that, Hannah. Sorry. Jokes are supposed to be funny. Oh, right. The white fabric. 3 people have changed their mind, so we've got 3 items left. 1.5 metre of Rose and Hubble fabric, pre-cut to 1.5 metres at a reduced price and on split pay as well. So that's that one. So 3 more opportunities for you with that one. Yeah, because quite a few of you missed out on that one. Okay, fold those up nicely. Hello, Janet. She said, is the quilt behind you on today? It is. It's Carolyn Forster, and this is on at 11 o'clock. It is. You can get the pattern on its own, or you can go for bundles. The bundles aren't this fabric. This is Carolyn's. So we've got a blue bundle, and then we've got a pinky bundle as well. But it's made primarily with 2.5-inch strips or jelly rolls. So if you've got any 2.5-inch strips, or if you wanted to go for any of the ones that we've got on the show later on, then that's what it takes. So yeah, just have a think about that before 11 o'clock. See what you want to make it out of. Right, we have a B panel, which wasn't in the bundle. So it's the same collection, same images, but bigger. And it's a nice big panel, this one as well. And you've got 9 squares and the border strip as well. Loads of fun, isn't it? And they're quite big. So I think I would put my backing on there, like my wadding, and then I'd stitch around the edge and stitch around the edge of that. And then I might do a little bit of stippling just on the bits in between, but not over the actual images. I think that would look quite nice. And then you've got you've got a decent sized quilt there. And even leave those on the side, like just as it is. And then a bit of extra white fabric, such as pure white in the background, and then make it just a little bit bigger as well. I think that would look lovely. I'll just measure how big those squares are for you. See what I'm doing now. They're 10 inches. 10 inches square if you wanted to cut those out individually. And you do have quite a nice border in between there as well. So that is 2.5 inches, because if you wanted to cut them all out individually with a border and use the border, you've got enough on there to probably leave about 1 inch all the way around when these are sewn through. The bee fabrics are gorgeous, says Raina. I think they are. So this is a handy little ruler, isn't it? Now, this is coming up in Carolyn's show later on, because this is the ruler that she brought her own with her, that she's going to use. And it's 12.5 inches by 2.5 inches. And it's creative grids, so it's got the non-stick bits on the back there as well, so it's not going to move around when you're using that with your rotary cutter. So that's how it comes with you, with its protective seal on there as well. But it's a nice size. I tend to use my 24 by 6 inch ruler more than anything, but it won't quite fit in my bag if I'm taking it anywhere, because it just sticks out at an angle. So these are quite a handy size. Now, because we are on our quilt festival event, we've got a special offer for you on this one. Hannah's put it on split pay. So it's £17.99, but if you order it today, you still pay £17.99, but not in one go. So you'll pay half of that today. There's no interest charge on that, and you'll still get it sent out straight away as well. But it's a great way to, if you've got a big shopping list, if you've already bought quite a bit for us this morning, you think, I'd really like that, but it's just taking me over the edge of my budget, and I don't get paid just yet, then split the payment. So split it in half with no interest paid. So that will be for you today, £8.99. And it's one that a lot of our guest designers are using this. Oh, it's starting to get really busy for this one. But if you are going to classes, it's a really useful size, but without sticking out your bag. So 12.5 inches by 2.5 inches. And again, Carolyn is going to be using that in the 11 o'clock hour. So just thought we'd show you that a little bit early. Okay, does this have the QR code on it? I can't see in there. I think if you search the name, Creative Grids, they've got quite a comprehensive channel on YouTube, haven't they? So you might find some demos on there as well. So a well-trusted brand. You've got your built-in non-slip grip on the back of that as well. That's what the circles are, but it's also all the way around the edge. So if you haven't seen these before, that's why it feels a little bit rough. It's to stop it from slipping. There's also 2 colours of markings on here as well. So when I put this on the white fabric, the black stands out. If you're going to put it onto a darker fabric, then the white stands out. So you can always see your measurements. And that's the same with the numbers down the side. We've got half-inch increments on the one side in black, and then you've got the 1-inch increments down here in white. So if you're adding seam allowances, then that's going to be really helpful for you as well. So again, you can see the white standing out there, and then you can't see the white at all on the white. That's where you see the black coming through. So if you've got a heavily printed fabric, you're going to get one or the other colours that really stand out depending on the shade. So that stands out in the black, that one stands out more in the white. It's clever, isn't it? And although we associate Creative Grids with America, being an American company, big quilting companies, you always think the other side of the pond, don't we? We always think about America, but these actually originated in Leicestershire. Don't you know? Which is why it's got the fox on the logo, because that is the Leicestershire County logo. Always a school day. So again, just £17.99. The offer for you today is the split payments. Don't normally do that, but only £8.99 in your basket. Oh, it's really busy for this one. Oh, I'm glad we showed you that beforehand. Well, we should have some left for Carolyn's show, shouldn't we? We have got a lot. We have got a lot. I think we're okay for those at the moment. But yes, if your payday isn't yet, but you really want to take advantage and get yourself a bargain, then that's the way to go with this one. Oh, 20 of you ordering that. Lovely. Well done. Well done. As Hannah said earlier, when you know, you know. Quite true, isn't it? Okay, let's have a look. We've got some PU lemons. Let me bring these over. Oh. So we are very limited in the lemon, so I shan't take that out. That's a really nice bag making quality piece of fabric. So you've got fabric on the wrong side. I would suggest if you need to iron it, go from that side and not too hot. Maybe hold the iron away from it a little bit and use a pressing cloth. But it's quite a firm. This isn't something that you're going to make a cushion cover out of, and you certainly wouldn't wear it. But for bag making, that is absolutely perfect. Place? No, not place much. You'd melt it, wouldn't you? But things for the table would be nice as well. Quite firm enough, actually, if you wanted to make little pen pots and boxes as well, that would be quite nice. Make little storage items from it. So it's £17.95p. And it's 46 by 135 centimetres. And then we also have a holiday themed one. I can take that off, can't I? Holiday stamps. And lemons. We've got to stick with a theme, haven't we? Lemons and bees. And again, the Portuguese type tiles with those as well. Really pretty and nice, strong quality of fabric there as well. For you, £17.49 for that one. Put that back up again. And that's how it comes to you as well. So it shouldn't be creased when you get it home. Only got 3 left of that one when everyone's checked out. busy this morning, isn't it? Now we've got a sparkly olive green, the colour of lemon leaves, maybe, yeah? Yep, that's why that's on the show then. That's a little bit softer. So even if, if you're making a bag with a bow on the front, you could actually sew the bow for that one. That's really, well, I'm going to say Christmas again. No, not Christmassy. And then we've got should we do the silvery one? Because keeping in our lemon theme, this is like looking at the dew on your lemon tree first thing in the morning. That's why we've got that one on there. It actually looks a bit blue when you move it. Yeah, all it says an iridescence. It is, isn't it? I suppose it just picks up on the colours around it, doesn't it? If I put a bit of blue next to it. Oh, I've got a rainbow going on there. So pretty. I'm thinking fairy wings for Christmas. And then we've got the gold one as well. That's really soft. Can I get that back in there? No. Has that one gone? Yeah, that's gone now, I'm afraid. We've almost gone through everything we've got for you on the show, haven't we? Almost. Let me take you back to the lemon fabric bundle. Now this includes the panel. 10 of you hanging on to this in your basket. Look, do you want it or not? Do you want it? If you want it, go and check it out. I think 10 people put it in the baskets and then got distracted and off you went and just left them there. So the huge panel is included. So you get all of this. And it works out that you get a ½ metre for free as well. So all of these included in the bundle, which I love the teapot one. We had some of these by the ½ metre. We probably don't know anymore, to be fair. Just love the teapots. And lemons on green, lemons and birds. And lemons on birds with a different colour green on the background. So all of that at a reduced price of £70.92. Have we still got 10 people sat there? Are you all right? You're right there. Oh, I mean, it's okay. It's okay if you want those sitting in your basket. But there's so much interest in this. It's going to get to the stage where you'll go and check out your baskets and they won't be there anymore. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Right. So while you're going through to check out on that one, please. Just go check out. I want to give you a reminder of the rule, and this is coming up later on. But as a Quilt Festival special, Anna's put this on 2-way split payments for you. So you only need to pay £8.99 today. 12.5 inches by 2.5 inches. It's a creative grid, so you've got your grippy bits on the back to help to prevent that slipping while you're cutting, and your markings in the black and in the white. So it doesn't matter what colour fabric that you put this against, it's going to stand out. So you can clearly see the lines on there. So you can see again, the white stands out on a darker colour and the black stands out on the lighter colour. 1/8 of an inch increments, 1/2 inch increments on there, just a really, really useful size of ruler. And not too big if you're taking it to a class or you're travelling or you don't have much room for storage either. So 12.5 inch, you've got the extra 1/2 inch at the end there. So if you're cutting 2.5-inch squares, that makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? So you go from that side and you just cut across your strip. And this would be really useful if you're cutting your own strips to make the spool quilt of Carolyn's that's coming up at 11. So these are 2.5-inch strips, 2.5-inch squares. So if you're cutting your own fabric, 2.5-inch ruler makes it a lot easier, doesn't it, to make the accurate cuts. Oh gosh, I haven't got many of those left. I had loads of those. But again, just £17.99 or £8.99 on split payments. Right. This quilt is coming up at next. That's coming up on this channel actually as well. Yeah. And I'll be here. Yeah, that's coming up next with Carolyn. She's just getting ready now. I love that quilt. I just think it's such a stunning design. It looks almost like circles. There are templates to make this one. It's all hand sewn. It's not EPP. It's all hand stitched. So not for an absolute beginner quilter for that one, and for somebody that's got a little bit of patience as well, I think, but well worth it. It's amazing. So we have the pattern and the rulers on their own. Those are going to go, and we can't get any more of those. And we do have some patterns with templates, sorry, not rulers. We have some patterns, templates, and some fabric bundles that we put together for you as well. So have a look ahead on the website. Just make sure you get hold of yours, because again, we're not expecting that to last. Okay, so that'll be run out of gel. It's gone really quickly, hasn't it? It's gone really quickly. Go and put the kettle on a minute then, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes' time.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
World-renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us for SewingStreet's Quilt Festival to launch her stunning collection and quilt kits. Join Jen Kingwell on Monday the 3rd of August on SewingStreet.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now the talk is completely free, it doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Join us in store for the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker, and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1 p.m. each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Hello again, welcome back. Now, in this hour, I'm going to introduce you to Carolyn Forster in just a second, who has got the most amazing, I love this quilt, the most amazing quilt. So we'll have a chat in just a second.
Thank you.
But the template is already selling really, really well. So we need to show you this before it sells out, because we are expecting it to go. So in here, in this beautiful packaging, you have a booklet. There's an extra pattern in there, which Carolyn will talk you through why that's there shortly. And you've got 3 acrylic templates for your £27, which is an amazing price. You'd pay that for 3 templates normally, wouldn't you, just on their own? So the full quilt pattern is in here, all of your instructions, fabric requirements. It's all hand-pieced. There are elements that you could do with a machine that Carolyn will talk you through in just a second. But if you have the patience, I just think it's a wonderful way to spend time, is to just sit and hand sew. I love it. I don't know if I've the time to sit, because I have to start and finish in one go. I don't have UFOs. I've got to finish something I started, so I don't know if I'd have the time to sit and do this, but I would love to make a smaller version, because I just find it so relaxing, and it takes your mind away from things, and it's just, and at the end of it, you create at the end of the day as well. So those are the templates, which have been designed with this technique in mind. So why have we got holes in them, Carolyn?
We have got holes in them so that when you have cut your template out, you can rotary cut with the templates. So you can do duplicates, so it's not just one piece at a time, unless you want a fussy cut. And you can fussy cut because you can, the templates, the ones you've got and the ones I've got are white, and that's because when they produce them, they've got this protective coating on the back, and you can just peel that off and then they're clear. So you could fussy cut. But if you're not fussy cutting, then you can cut duplicates. And then if you're new to hand piecing, or if you just like that bit more accuracy, all the holes, you can pop your fabric pencil in the holes on the back of the fabric, and actually you can see, I don't know if let me set all this out nicely, and now it's like, right, whip that out the way, because look, we're going to show them this. We're going to show them about the holes on the back. So this was with the square one, but you can see here, if you really, really, really close up, you get really like accurate, I didn't do the midpoints on this, on accurate dots, and you've got the balance points and everything, and it means when you pin them together, you can just pin to the dots so that everything is perfectly accurate when you're hand piecing.
And that is really important, isn't it? I can't imagine how the quilt would look if there was some of it that wasn't.
Oh, it would be quirky, it would be individual. It would just be quirky. It is. Yeah, I mean, yeah, with hand piecing, a lot of people, if you haven't done much hand piecing, then it's nice to have those things to know that you've got the accurate templates, you've got the dots, and also some people, the gap between the dots might seem a bit daunting to be stitching a straight line by hand. And so what I would say to do then is you just get the edge of your template and literally join the dots up with a straight line, and then you've got your stitching line, and that way you don't have to worry about going off kilter or missing anything at all. Okay. And the interesting thing with the hand piecing is that you only stitch in essence from dot to dot, so you're never going to stitch through your seam allowance. Okay. So that's sort of a bit different to if you machine piece. But all those sorts of things are in the instructions, because there are lots of pictures in the instructions, and we've got, all the hints and tips, and also I do reference the hand piecing book that I wrote if you want to get really. But there's enough in the booklet to set you off and get you going on this perfectly for hand piecing.
And fabric-wise, we do have some bundles that we put together for you. But if you're using fabrics from your own stash, they're not big pieces of fabric, are they? So you don't
They
need,
aren't, yeah.
If you made a complete scrappy quilt, that would look amazing, wouldn't it?
You can. What you can do, and what I usually do to start off with, is when I had this bundle that we're going to talk about in a bit, which I do believe are your fabrics there, Debbie.
Oh,
so you might be slightly biased as to how beautifully it's turned out. With those, what I've done is I focus first on making just the star.
Yeah.
So as long as you know you've got enough pieces, and we talk about the quantities for if you're just doing a scrappy one in the booklet, then you can just make your stars first and fill the background in. Or you could make as many stars as you want without the background. That's how I tend to work. In mine, I've got a scrappy background, but if you've got a consistent one like we have with the blue here, that's great because you can fill those in. So you can really just keep making the stars. The only time when you have to sort of give a bit more thought, a bit more planning, is when you come to the rows that we put the blocks together in, and adding the diamond that fits in between. So this goes round, you'd think it could go round all the edges of every block, and if it does, they won't fit together. So there's an order that you stitch them in the booklet, so they'll interlock together. So you can start scrappy, you can have scrappy backgrounds like I did. Matt, there are a couple of the fabrics that you showed earlier on in the previous programme, and I'm sitting outside watching on the telly going, oh, that would look nice, wouldn't it? Wouldn't they look good in that? It just suits things. You could have light coloured stars and really dark backgrounds. Yes. You can really play with it. It is a really old-fashioned design, so it's often been really scrappy. Okay. So it is a classic, which they tend to lend themselves to, scrap bag type projects, I think. Equally, you could just do it in all one fabric, and I think we've got an example of that as well in a minute.
We've got the bundle that's Carolyn was just showing you with my fabric. There are 6.5 metres of fabric here in total, and you've got your design roll. Excuse me, there's 40 pieces there. And so that's everything that you get. So that's the blue version. The instructions and the templates are all included in there as well. So £27 of your 121 is, of course, with instructions, acrylic templates, and that price is going to come down a little bit. Hannah's taken £10 off for you today. If you've already checked out, by the way, you will still pay the lower price. Okay? So this one will give you the most scrappy look to your quilt out of the 2 bundles that we've got for you today. And of course, no reason why you can't incorporate this with your own fabrics as well. If you are going scrappy and you've got blues and fabrics at home, maybe you haven't got enough, no reason why you couldn't mix that in together as well. So that's what it looks like if you just look behind Carolyn. Oh, we're going to change one of the colours on your quilt behind you to blue.
Oh, that's clever. There's me, like, so easily impressed by change. Oh, isn't that clever?
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh, the different
Oh, that's
shades,
cool.
yeah.
I could watch this now, couldn't I, instead of actually doing what I'm meant to be doing. Yeah, and also it's good because they showed the star. You were talking about the scrappy stars, and I've tended to start with to use just one fabric to make the star, but then some others that I have done, I've used a couple of fabrics. So you can mix up, I think there's a couple with, these 2. So you can mix and match. You've got it's a really nice selection in the bundle, isn't it? So we should know you designed it. So yeah, really pretty to play with those combinations.
Well, let me show you again the colours that we have for you in the design roll. It goes so well with this fabric. Well done, whoever put those together, because that's got the green in it as well. So with this bundle, really busy for this one. Remember, you do get your templates. You do get your instructions and your pattern and everything to go with that as well. But what a lovely bundle. How fresh is that as well? Gorgeous colours for you. Oh gosh, really, really, really busy for those. We've only got 5 left. When everyone's checked out, we've only got 5 of those left, okay? And it does include everything that you see here. We do have another bundle for you as well, which includes, again, your instructions and your templates. This one doesn't have a design roll, but it does have a bit of bumbleberry. That's a pretty fabric. I've not seen that before. That's lovely. And there's a £10 savings. So 2 metres of bumbleberry. You've got 1.5 of this one. There's 2 metres of that one and 3 metres of your pink. So maybe a little less scrappy with the look. If it's not scrappy that you wanted for, then this would be good. And we're going to change it behind you again, Carolyn.
Oh, but heavily camouflaged, aren't they, in it now? Because they're quite similar colours. Is it changed?
Yeah. So actually, yes, if you want to recreate that kind of look, it's not too dissimilar, is it?
It's pretty, and I hadn't actually realised that. I'm so slow. Because when they sent me the bits to make, I just thought, oh yeah, that's pretty, and it's nice with the one. Not everyone likes scrappy. Not everyone likes sort of everything all mixed in. It's nice sometimes just to have that clarity.
Yes.
So when I had it, I made 1 or 2 stars up with the floral fabric in the middle, but with the cream as the background. And then I did another one the other way round just to see how that worked. So with the floral and then the pink as the background and the cream linking them together.
Yeah.
So actually it just looks quite sophisticated.
Yes.
You know, just clean and fresh. And
yeah.
And also you were saying earlier about, there is a lot to stitch, but they do stitch out really quickly, Debbie,
Really?
even if you're doing it by hand. But it is the sort of thing where if you just wanted to make one, which is in essence what the samples are, then that's 1 star, you've done all the filling in, setting in technique, and you can easily quilt that and make that into a little table mat. You could applique it onto a cushion front or onto a bag. You know, you don't have to, I mean, I know I do go overboard and it's like, oh, well, you know, it's a whole quilt and it's going to be this size. But for me, this is the sort of thing that you could just make one and enjoy that. Or if you wanted to make, if you grow it as a circle, then you've got like really nice centerpiece for a table or table topper.
That would be lovely. I had a question about the finished size. It's 77.5, Carol, by 84.5 inches. That's 197 by 215 centimetres. So it's quite a big one. And this is what the bundles make. But if you do, as Carolyn said, might want to make it smaller, then of course you can do. If you do want to incorporate some of your own fabrics, then you can do as well. So your 126.83 includes your pattern and templates. If you've got your own fabric in mind and you just want the pattern and templates, as predicted, hugely popular. Half the stock has gone already, and we're only, 15 minutes into the hour. So again, that is going to go. They'd make a stunning Christmas table mat, says Sandra. Oh, they would, wouldn't they? Yeah. Oh, and Christmas fabrics, that'd be beautiful.
Yeah, get started now. Didn't you do Christmas in July last week?
I did.
Or something like that. So yeah, get ahead of the game now with your pattern here.
Anne says, is this fat quarter friendly, please?
Oh, in my mind, everything is, because this is just really scrappy.
Yeah.
So the only yardage that I ended up using when I made mine was actually the joining, the diamonds that linked it.
Okay.
But in essence, if I'd have run out of that, I would have just substituted something really similar. Because also the border on here, because the size of the quilt on the packet does include the size of the border. So if you wanted to make it smaller, you don't need to put the border on.
Yeah.
But I did a really scrappy border. It's lots of different fabrics that I've used in the backgrounds of the stars, so it's not consistent. So my only yardage really was the diamonds that link all the stars together.
And what size are the squares? Is that 4 inch?
No, it's weird.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's all weird. It's all weird. These drafted weird shapes. Honestly, when I was cutting it, I was thinking, oh, please be a round number, or a number that's on my ruler, and it isn't. It's probably 4 1/8. It isn't 4 inches. It's bigger.
The only thing I'm thinking is it's got a charm pack.
Charm pack, well, yeah, it fits in a 5-inch square.
Fine for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. But yeah, as far as the lady was asking about the fat quarterness of it, I mean, yeah, anything, in my opinion, is because it's, fat quarter fabric. You can get a lot of stars out of that, you get a lot of background. And I do think when you look at a lot of the older antique quilts, I know this is like one of my little soapboxes here, you do find that we're used to sort of everything going together and being the same, but you do find quilts, and you see examples like this one that are old, and yeah, they've started to link the stars together with one fabric for those diamonds, and then they've run out, and they've literally just used something similar.
Yeah.
And no one notices unless you're looking really hard. So I just think either use up loads of scraps for the stars and backgrounds, and then treat yourself to the yardage for the linking fabric.
Yeah.
Because also if you've got these made, when they're just like this, you can literally, I mean, I'm putting it on a cutting mat, so it's like, okay, on a cutting mat, but you can audition it on your fabric. So you can unroll the fabric that you're looking at, get out a couple of stars that you've made. And you see, this is where your diamond's going to be. So you can audition them with a background before you put them together.
And I think what you were saying about the hand stitching, there's some designs where you'll find it a lot easier to be accurate when you're hand sewing, isn't it?
Yes, so with this one, because of the way it's drafted, it's designed, it's not all your regular shapes, it's not your regular squares and triangles and rectangles. And so for this sort of thing, I actually started hand piecing it, and I actually did the whole thing by hand until the borders. But and if you look, let's have a look at this. This block is entirely hand pieced on here. Now, when I get given the fabric to make the samples, I haven't got the time, although, when you've got the leisure time, it's nice and it grows quickly, but when you're under the cosh, if you've got to do it by next Thursday, you tend to adapt things a bit. So this one is entirely hand-pieced. So if you have a little close look at this, you can see the stitching, and you can see the way it's pressed, and we talk about this in the instructions, to make the seam allowances lie flat, to make it all fit together. Now, if you wanted, because you're really sewing machine keen, to use the sewing machine, you can to make the stars. So this star has been made on the sewing machine, and the pressing changes basically because of the way you sew them. And also, you can set in the squares if you want. So this means setting in and Y seams, which actually we talk about in the next hour I'm on, because we're going to do the spools. So it would sort of be a good warm-up to doing this on the machine.
So if you're hand sewing, do you press the seams to one side then? You don't press them open?
No, you don't need to.
Oh, okay.
And you'll only press the seams usually at the end of sewing a block, a complete
Oh, I didn't
block.
know that.
It's because you don't sew through any seam allowances, whereas when we sew on the machine, you sew raw edge to raw edge.
Yeah.
So you have to press the seams in one way or another, in a direction or open, because you can't progress, because your next seam is going to be including that seam.
Yeah.
Whereas this doesn't. So when these aren't pressed, all these seam allowances are just standing up. And it's only when, so for the making, when I make the stars and put the background in, I will then press these before this goes in. But that is just purely for ease of pressing, so you haven't got a gigantic thing to press.
And how do you sew? Do you use betweens?
For the stitching, I use Sharps number 10.
Okay.
I use a Sharps number 10, and I use 28 weight sewing thread, cotton thread. And I use, the pins that I use are either the clover patchwork or normally the applique pins, because they're really short, so they don't poke. So if I get to do a demo for the piecing, we might see that in action. But if you hand piece these blocks, it will look different pressing wise to if you machine them.
With demoing, Hannah says, you're Carolyn Forster, you do what you want.
Oh.
So, yeah.
This is where it all collapses. So going back to the original question, which I have remembered, but I am trying to focus on what people ask. So with this, you're going to, if you machine piece it, you have to press the centres differently, and then you have to set in these blue squares in these cases. But from my personal experience, that is as far as I would go on the machine, because when you put these diamonds in, you can't sew that as a continuous line.
Right.
If you did that on the machine, you'd have to start, then stop, then move all the seam allowances, then completely start again to do the next seam. So if I was going to go with, but I really want to use the machine, I would do this bit, but when it comes to setting in all of these, I would do that by hand.
Right.
Because I think you'll get a better finish. And I haven't got the patience on the machine to keep starting and stopping on what I consider the same seam. But you can't do it as a continuous seam because you've got all this in the way.
Yeah.
So if you start sewing that down, it's not like doing a Y seam where you've got an open seam and a pivot. There's just too much there. But you can do what you want at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like Hannah said, I could do what I want.
Yeah.
So I'm sharing that you could do what you want. I've done other classes that I'm like, oh no, this is a hand piecing class. And ladies, guys participating have bought their machines and they're quite happy and they love it and they love their machines.
Yeah.
And they're at one with it and they're doing all this stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh crumbs, no, I haven't got the patience for that. I'm sitting here just hand piecing. So it's just horses for courses. So as long as everyone's happy.
Would you like to demo?
Oh, I can demo, yes. So if this is where I start off all really neat and then it all collapses around.
Shall I give you a reminder of the
Yes, talk to them,
bundles?
Debbie. Talk to them.
while you're getting organised.
Talk to people.
So this is the blue bundle.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do.
Oh, I'm glad you know what you're going to do. Including the fabric strips. So you're getting all of those, and you printed 2 planes, and the templates, and your instructions as well. And you're saving £10 off what would be the normal price as well. So that's £111.99. You've got an awful lot of fabric there. So 2 metres, 3 metres, was it 2 metres or 1.5 of that one? Can't remember. And you know, you've got these are acrylic templates. You're not tracing something off paper. These are acrylic templates that you can use over and over again. And of course, use your rotary cutter to cut the pieces out with those as well. There is a pattern in there as well, which I'll ask Carolyn to explain in just a second. So that's not an acrylic template. If you want to use this, then you do have the paper template in there as well. So again, we've got 3 split pays for that one. So it's just £33 something if you wanted to go that way right now. Yeah, so just quickly, what's that for then?
No, I was looking at you like that because they all know we're on separate tables, but I really need something that's on Debbie's table. So I'm like, oh.
What do you want?
Can I have rotary cutters, please?
You can.
Because I'm going to show the rotary cuttery thing. Thank you. See, I said we're all organised, and then it all crumbles when I get here. It's like, whoa, what's happening? Yeah, with the paper template, let's talk about that with the paper sheet. So basically, you've got acrylic templates to rotary cut for all of the main parts of the quilt. But when it comes to finishing the edges of the quilt, because of the nature of the pattern, when you look at the quilt hanging up, at the top and the bottom, you can't see the bottom, but at the top of it, you just trim. Oh, I'm zooming out. I feel like I should I want to see when it comes down. I want to see it. Here we go. So if you look at the top of the quilt, you can actually see what you end up doing just to straighten that off. All you have to do is trim you can see the diamond, you'll trim that off, and you'll trim the squares in half to get a nice straight line. And brilliant. And you trim very little. So it works really well to make that nice straight edge. But for the edges, for the sides of the quilt, it's like, I don't know, do I make more blocks and then cut them in half? And I'm like, oh no, because if I've stitched those, I'm not chopping up any more stuff that I've stitched. So if you look at the sides of the quilt, there's like a little shape, and it's actually this shape. Oh, sides, brilliant. Excellent. And this is the template for that. Now, I don't give you this as a Perspex template, acrylic template, because basically it's big. It wouldn't fit in my nice packaging.
It'd be very expensive as well.
And it's very expensive, yeah, and that's ridiculous. So, and also in the quilt packet booklet, there are 2 ways you can finish the sides. You can either applique them to a background, or you can make these inserts. So because you've got those 2 options, and from some of the times when I've taught this quilt, I know a lot of people choose to applique onto a wider border. So I give you the template that you can make yourself, basically just like I did at home with the template plastic.
Yeah.
And you can draw around that and you can cut that out. So that's why it's not, because I know a lot of people, when I've worked with them on these quilts, they don't use that, or they don't need that, or they're better mindset than me, and they're quite happy to cut the sides of the quilt down straight. Yeah. And that's absolutely fine. So that's why you get this sheet as a separate template sheet, because you've got options on how you might want to make those sides straight for the border.
Okay.
So that's why that's there. So when it comes to cutting all your pieces out, one of the things that I quite like, well, I do like a lot, is the fact that you can cut in multiples. And I must admit, at the minute, I've got 4 layers here. So I've just cut a strips from the width of fabric. And because these are unusual shapes, unusual widths, I find unless I'm fussy cutting, I will measure the template on my mat or on my ruler just to get an eye in. So this one, if you actually measured it, it comes out at something like 2 and...
You've got your head in the way.
I've got my head in the way.
Yeah.
Really? Really? Is that a problem? is that a problem? So it comes out at it's like part way between 2 different numbers. So if I want to cut strips, I will cut to the bigger. So at the minute, that's 2 and 1, 2 and 3/8, which is slightly fatter, but it doesn't usually matter because we're going to accommodate that. Or if it depends how accurate you are. And a lot of people like me, I'm accurate, so it's fine. Now what I will do is I will sit my template on.
Can I just show
Yes.
everyone that? Because that's how they come to you.
Yes.
I can't just see that at all, but I just thought you might explain.
Yeah, no, good. I thought I was ahead of the game.
Yeah, there's a couple of people have said, will my template be white or will they be clear?
Yeah.
They
Your
do have a protective
templates
film.
will be, if you take the white off, and that is only a protective coating from when they manufacture them.
Yeah.
So it isn't meant to be, like I've had sometimes people will say when we're in classes, oh, I've got a set, but they're dirty. And that's actually the burn from the laser cutting on this white. And actually you're meant to peel that off. So it doesn't affect anything. And underneath, it's all perfectly, you know, clear and transparent, so it's really hard to show you that on the TV when I'm cutting things out. So if you don't want a fussy cut, leave the backing on, but don't worry if it starts to peel away, because it's not permanent, it's not meant to be, it's not faulty. But if you want to fussy cut, or you're just happy because you're not doing it on the telly, then you can just peel it away and do what you do. Well done, good shout there. So if you're cutting them out, I mustn't get my head in the way. So this will be, later on I'm going to sew on the sewing machine in the next segment, so that's always like a trial. But this is even better now, like cutting out without actually having my head right over the top so I can see. So I use, when I'm doing this, and we don't know this yet, a rotating mat. Oh, I can't make rotate. I've got it locked.
Oh.
Oh, Hannah.
Apparently you lift it up and then there's a lock underneath it.
This is how to use one. This is like an unboxing. Oh, I've never had one that I've not used.
That's it.
Oh, look, this is cool. Look, it's like unboxing on YouTube. Look, it has got a lock. There was me like lifting it up. If I shake it hard enough, it'll work. Oh, I've got to put it right down the middle again now. Hoping that's in the middle. Oh, brilliant. Look at that. Super. Oh, talk about living and learning. Every day's a school day. Didn't you say that earlier?
I did.
You did, didn't you?
It's true, though, isn't it?
It's, exactly. Right, put your template down at last, again. And you can, I tend to use, it depends how fastidious I want to be. I find these, this is the 18 mil, isn't it? No, it's 28.
26?
26, 28. It's this
20,
size.
28.
It's not the big one. It's not the 45, it's the 28.
Yeah, okay.
Every day's a school day. So I tend to use this because you can cut nice and accurately. So you can move that away. And then when you've got all the odd bits to do, I love this. I love it even more now that I know that it's locked. Because then when I'm travelling with it, it's not all going to disjoint itself, is it, when you take this places?
Yeah.
I don't know where you're taking them. But so that means you can accurately cut these. Oh, I like this. Oh, it's better than the one I've got at home. Anyway, moving on rapidly.
Here. They're only £16.99.
Are they?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, £60.99.
I was going to say.
So, no, 16.
Really?
12. That's more than 12 inches square, though, isn't it?
This is a 17. But even a 12-inch square one, you could... This is better because it's the telly, so there's more for them to see. And I suppose it's like go big or go home, isn't it? So, I don't know what the... Yeah, I'd buy one. That's the problem doing this on here. You're always watching everyone else buy everything. And then I'm thinking, Oh, that'd have been handy. But I'd get one. Yeah, I think also the pivot on this is really clean.
I'm going to keep my eye on that when you go.
There's you. Yeah, I've got my trolley on wheels today as well. That'll be like wrapped up in a quilt when I go. Yeah. Oh, sorry, distracted there by the simple things in life. So once you have cut all your pieces out, whatever shape or size they are, you can put the dots on. I tend to end up with a range of pencils. Mostly I use the ones with the grey lead in, but for the darker fabric the other day, I've got a pencil with, I think this is the one with the pink lead. So if you've never ventured into getting different coloured leads in your pencils, this is the moment, because actually the pink shows up really nicely on here. Oh, hole's not come out there. So it's probably a bit much to ask you to focus in on that. But you can see it, whereas the grey I couldn't the other day. So if you're going to start stitching, you need to get two, look, I've even pre-threaded needles today. And I had fabric snips. And you're going to decide on your layout. I'm just going to randomly sew two that I like. I say random, and then I've picked up different ones while I decide, but really it's random. Put them right sides together, and when I'm hand sewing them, I'm going to sew from the outside edge towards the centre of the point, because then when I get here, I can sew the third point on coming out, so it's a continuous line of stitching. So to start with, I've got a threaded needle. As I said earlier, they're sharp size 10, and the thread is a 28 weight cotton thread. And I usually use my threaded needle as my first pin. And all I've done, which I'll do with the second pin, is you'll go in where the dot is on one side, and you'll find that you'll come out where the dot is on the other. But also, because these are rotary cut, all the raw edges match up. So you haven't got to, because there are two different ways of hand piecing, and this one includes the seam allowance because we've rotary cut them. So you haven't got a drawn line. As I said, if you wanted a drawn line, just take the edge, you don't need a ruler for that, you just use the edge of your template and draw a line to follow. But it's important to remember that you're only stitching in essence from dot to dot, because you never sew through your seam allowance. So this is, to start stitching, you're basically, take your first, I've got knotted threads, there's a knot there and then a back stitch. And that's it, and you're good to go. So then I'll get a little section of stitches on the needle. So you're not doing one stitch at a time. When I bring the needle out though, as I have here, and pull the thread, then I will do a back stitch. And that's the only one in that seam. Because if you do a back stitch just randomly, just every inch or so, when you pull the thread, it will only pull up to that stitch, but by pulling the thread, it means you'll get a nice tension in the seam, so that you don't get gappy seams. Now I've reached my pin, I can take that out, and I will do a back stitch, and that's that seam. Now the next piece that I'm going to stitch, let's stitch this one. I like this fabric, it's one of my favourites. Here, so if I put this right sides together, go back to where my needle is, you see my needle and thread here. If I put it through that dot, and then through the dot on the other piece, and then use my needle as a pin, and then pin at the other end through those dots. If you do a lot of hand piecing already, you'll find you don't need the dots. I must admit, because I have done a fair bit of hand piecing, and I tend to, you can gauge it with your eye, so you don't need to do the dots. But the dots, I just think, are excellent when you're, wanting that extra bit of precision and accuracy. So when I start again, I'm doing another back stitch at the top there, at the beginning of that seam. But I haven't sewn into any of this seam allowance. It's all still. And now I've gone renegade and haven't got my thimbles on. Then back stitch, just to keep those stitches. Do you know what? I find it really hard. I haven't put those thimbles on and I find it really difficult.
So why the 2 thimbles?
I wear this one, so it's got like a flat top with dimples and a ridge. And what I find is when that's underneath, the needle's hitting the ridge, so it's making the stitch.
Oh, okay.
So it means when I actually sew in a straight line, or sew a running stitch, the needle is usually held just horizontal, so I'm not like digging with it. And the thimble, on the other hand, in the middle, just a regular dimpled one, that only pushes. And because of the way the needle hits this, that's what gathers the stitches onto the fabric.
So how long have you been a quilter?
Loads of years.
How did you get started?
When I was a kid, I did like loads of crafts. And in fact, there was a funny story from a class I was in yesterday with a tutor. So like this tutor, I made everything on Blue Peter, everything that popped up. I was like, oh, yeah, can we make that? Where's the toilet rolls? Where's the 10 yards of cotton wool to make the snowman at Christmas? And it was Maria Thomas who I was in her class yesterday, and she was like, yeah, when I was a kid, I made everything off of Blue Peter, and I'd look at it and I'd say to my mum, I want to make that. And she said, and I grew up knowing that my mother was a magician, because I would say, I want to make that, and my mother would turn around, walk out of the room and come back in with a tray with everything on it. And we were all like, and Maria was like, because they printed it in the Radio Times at the beginning of the week. So her mother just read it in the Radio Times, got everything together. And when Maria was like, I want to make that, she was like, well, here it all is then. I was like, crikey, I didn't know that. I missed out on that in my childhood. So yeah, I made loads of stuff and I stitched as well. And then in my teens, I sort of patchwork cropped up, and it was one of those things that instead of just moving on from it, I just kept. The whole thing still fascinates me, and in fact last few weeks ago, I was at the American Museum in Bath. I did a talk there because Kate Herbert there had written the foreword to my 1930s book that came out last month, and one of the things for me was that when I was a kid, that was the first place I'd ever been with quilts. And so it was just like a real full circle thing, so it was just really funny. Just really cool. It's just never left. It's just. So if you hand piece that, you can see like the stitching, and you can see the seams, and then you would stitch another set, and then you would stitch them across the middle. So that is your basic hand piecing. Everything in that quilt, it is just straight line stitching. There isn't it is how to negotiate the corners or how to turn a corner, but it's easier than on a machine because you're hand piecing, and so everything's a straight line.
Okay, thank you. Let's give you a reminder of the bundle. It's the same as previous. There's so many of you with this in your basket. It includes the instructions and the templates, the acrylic templates, and your extra template if you wanted to create this look down the sides without using it as applique. And your fabrics are included in there as well. And you've got your design roll too. So plenty enough to create the blue version of that. 6.5 metres of fabric you're getting in there altogether. And then you've got your design roll on top of that as well. And we've got 3 split payments. We do have another bundle for you, which is the pinker version. So this doesn't have a design roll. but it's got 2 metres of bumbleberry and 1.5 metres. That is so pretty. And then like the watercolour flowers, 2 metres and 3 metres. And Ollie has made some blocks for you. Oh, Carolyn made the blocks. And then Ollie kind of fitted it into the quilt, as you can see there on the right-hand side of your screen. So that gives you an idea of, it's a very similar look, very similar tones.
It is, and I've realised last time I was looking at the wrong screen. Because I was thinking, oh, it merges really well, like completely identical. And then I'm looking up, and actually I'm looking at the right screen now, and I'm like, yeah, actually it's pretty cool the way that, but there you go, thank you, flashing at me, thank you. Yeah, I can see that, I'm looking at the right, I just tell such an amateur here. Oh no, which screen am I looking at?
If you wanted to go just for the pattern and templates on their own, so busy for this one, we don't have very many left at all. So there's all your instructions, 3 acrylic templates, and then your spare paper template there as well. But we're getting very, very low stocks on that one. So then you can use your own fabrics with those, use your own scraps, if you will. And it's lovely packaging as well. I know we talk a lot about this, but it really is. It's heavyweight and it's quality. And if you're giving this as a gift, you've got beautiful packaging there. And I think as a gift, that makes it really important. It's not just been popped into a jiffy bag. It's beautifully printed and quality. And it's a booklet as well, which is stapled in the centre. It isn't A4 folded in half. It's a proper little booklet there with all of your instructions and your layout plans. And then your acrylic templates. Over 14 baskets. Over 14 baskets were almost sold out when you check out. And we can't get any more of this bundle. Remember, your templates have a white protective film on the side of them. So take that off if you wish. If you don't, you probably find it might lift after a while anyway. But yeah, that's the whole bundle there. But when you've all checked out, and you are doing, we've got 5 left.
Oh, scary.
Right, we have a bumbleberry design. These are lovely colours. I didn't realise there were so many bumbleberry fabrics. So these are Lewis and Irene bumbleberries. So they're all kind of blenders with bubbles on them. There's a bit of Christmas in there. There's some of the metallics in there. And you will have, was it 40 strips in there? We normally do, don't we? At 2.5 inches wide. So a really beautiful bold and pastel collection of colours for £44.99. Maybe a white as a contrast would be nice. I think we've sold out of our white deal, haven't we? So you can go for the what? You could go for maybe one of the bumbleberries, just on its own. That'd look nice.
Or
£44.99. Oh, sorry.
Or, says me, not being on screen or having anything in my ear to hear.
Just do what you want.
Here I am. In the next bit that I'm on, that quilt lends itself really nicely to
yes, that's the spools, isn't
your blue one that we've used here would work for the next quilt too. So yeah, also the bumble, what do you call it? I've not come across that before.
Bumbleberries.
Bumbleberries. But when I was sewing with that for the sample that I did, it's really silky. It's really, it's got a really nice handle to it. I was really surprised. I kept looking at it, expecting it to, like in the right light, to be like a sateen, but it isn't.
Yeah.
It's plain weave. Yeah. But yeah, it's got a really lovely sort of soft handle to it. Anyway, just... Thank you. Over to Debbie.
Maggie's message. Hello, Maggie, saying, hi, Debbie, just switched on. This is so mesmerising. I love this lady. I'm amazed. I'm going to have a go at this one. Just thank you. And that's Ali.
Oh, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I know then, if we're talking to people then through the telly. So last week when I was, I wanted to do this and I forgot when I started out on this hour. Last week when I was posting all the boxes of templates off to the warehouse in the post office, the lady behind me recognised me, and I've not really had that before in like a completely not stitchy situation. And I'm like unloading the boxes, and this lady goes, "Oh, it's Carolyn Forster, isn't it?" And I was like, "Yeah." Anyway, I might have been a bit shocked at the time, but yeah, thank you. It made my day. It was like, oh my goodness. And then she pointed me out to her friend. I was like, oh my goodness. But yeah, really sweet. So yeah, when people do see me, and I know there's I'm at the NEC for the next few days now, but when people stop and say hello, that's always really sweet because we do,
nice, isn't it?
You know. People know what we look like, but we don't know what they look like.
I'm not very good at remembering people's faces. It's a bit of a problem. And I'm never quite sure whether I know some, because they come and go, oh, hello, Debbie, how are you? And I think, do I know you? have we met before? So I always try and act like I know everybody.
I was going to say, otherwise we're going to walk around just saying hello to everybody in the hope that, because you have seen me, you do know, you do so, don't you?
I did have one lady come over to me once and say, excuse me, and I'm like, she said, oh, did you know your card is on inside out?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's happened.
As long as it's only a cardie.
Now, the pattern and templates are about to sell out, so you know what's coming next. Go through to checkout if you want them, because they're going to go. Then they'll only be available in the bundles, okay? But if you want to get hold of those, then you need to be going through right now. Oh, this hour's going so quickly. Having a whale of a time. We've got about 10 more minutes. If there's anything else you'd like to show us.
Oh, what else would I... Oh, crikeys. It's always a bit stressful, isn't it?
How do you work out? You know, when you're saying you make up the stars,
yes,
and then the bits that make the circle, but don't do all of them. How do you know what to do then?
So, in the graphics in the book are really clear because when I first started, I get a bit over enthusiastic, and I'm just like, oh well, I've made loads of stars. Oh, and now I've chosen my surround. I'm just going for it, you know. And I did. To be honest, I just blindly thought when I was looking at this antique quilt, oh, they've all got these diamonds round them. So that's fine, isn't it? You know, it's another bout of mindless, not having to think about it, but just enjoy the process sewing. And then I realised when I put them next to each other to think, oh, and how will I lay those out, that I ended up with overlaps.
Yeah.
So then I realised that there has to be, or there is, in effect, the quilt is actually stitched together in rows, in columns, turning on, you know, horizontal rows or long columns. So these are columns. I don't know. So down here, you can, in the graphics in the book, it's really clear because we've colour-coded it and you can see the shape. But this, if we look at the top of that pink one and just go down, you can see that if I'd got them all surrounded with this, these two would overlap. So basically, as you work down your row, you can start off with a complete one and then alternate with ones that have got a cutout in them. Well, not a cutout, but just a bit you don't fit together. So on here, I've got, might as well use the right ones, make it look like I know what I'm doing. So on here, I've got a complete one, but that will go next to one that's only got 5.
Right.
So the trick is really not to get too carried away. If you want the mindless, meditative sewing experience of just the joy of, oh yeah, I'm just going for it, only sew 5 because you can always add another one in.
Yeah.
But if, like me, you get carried away and sew 6 round everything, I ended up thinking, yeah, but I want this one in this position and that one in that position. So I then had to unpick it.
Yeah.
And that's why in the book, you've got the diagrams with the columns, you've got which columns are which, and how it all gets pieced together. So it is very logical once you get your head round. I mean, I think we're used to looking at quilts with, rows of squares, rows of blocks, columns of blocks. And to be honest, this is exactly the same, it's just that they're not square. So they're still in columns, but they're not square, so they're undulating. So, and all that is explained in the book, and again, all the graphics in the book like really highlight that.
Because when you look at the quilt, it does look like there's a circle around all of them. And also, I think we're used to going from left to right in horizontal lines, not in columns going up and down. Because I wouldn't have spotted that until you pointed it out. I'd be thinking you kind of sewed them together.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, you can. To be honest, the other way to do it is to do them as diagonals.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But for some reason, diagonal piecing really irks me as a quilt. You know when you do get quilts that need to go...
Irked. That's a good word.
Irked. I'm really irked by it. That's probably why I haven't made many that have got diagonals. I don't know, just, I don't know. But yeah, so it just, it was one of those things that the more you looked at it and the more you play with it, as it were, that you can have it obviously on your bed or, you know, on the sofa, whichever way you want. But for construction purposes, this is the way we've presented it, because you can see the columns, and when you look at the graphics in the book, it all follows through. But yeah, it is just one of those things that you end up, after you've made loads of stars without the joining bits, you will then end up having to decide, you know, you might want to work out your placement, or you might do it row by row. I ended up doing it on the bed, because often, ironically, when we're looking for space to lay things out, you know, it's like, oh, I've got to move furniture, or I've got to move people or pets.
Or move the dog.
Or move the dog, exactly, laid out. But if you actually look at your bed, it's usually the biggest, clearest bit of flat space, and you don't have to get down on the floor. So, I laid mine out on the bed and did it that way. So.
Okay, we're out of time, so we'll see you again at 10, 11.
In an hour.
11 o'clock with the Spools Quilt. So, we're going to go and have a cup of tea, and we'll see you again later on. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you.
That's another stunning quilt coming up. And we've got Fiona coming up in the next hour as well. So we've got a really, really lovely morning. We've got some new fabrics, we've got the quilted jacket, and a few little ways that you can change it up, add a collar to it as well. Lots of hints and tips there too. So we'll see you again in a few minutes' time.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
World-renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us for SewingStreet's Quilt Festival to launch her stunning collection and quilt kits. Join Jen Kingwell on Monday the 3rd of August on SewingStreet.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
Hi folks, with Festival of Quilts fast approaching, I just wanted to hop on to let you know that I'm doing things a little differently this year. Whilst you won't see me listed as an exhibitor, I'm lecturing, demoing and teaching at various spots around the show, so you'll certainly find me hanging out with SewingStreet. If you're attending the show on Thursday and arriving first thing, then please feel free to join John Scott and I in Theatre CS1, where I'll be sharing all the unsung benefits of ruler quilting. This lecture is free of charge, but you do need to register, and as it's just 30 minutes long, it could be the perfect way to start your day at this amazing event. Hope to see you there.
Join us in store for the Crafters Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1pmp each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hi there, welcome back again. Now we have something brand new for you in the show, and we have one of your favourites from previous as well. And I'll introduce you to Fiona in just a second, but I just want to give you details of what we've actually got so you can start getting these in your baskets before they sell out. So this is the Bibi quilted jacket. Quilted jackets are so popular and a lot easier to make, I think, than you would think if you're quite new to dressmaking. This is a really good starting point because it's not tailored and fitted and darted, and you know it's a relatively simple design, particularly when you're using quilted fabric, because it kind of takes care of the outer, the lining and the middle bit, and it's already quilted for you, so you don't have to do anything. If you wanted to go for the pattern on its own, £17.99. It does have an applique version. The pattern for the applique is in there. It has instructions for a patchwork option. And we've got some lovely denim patchwork, some denim fabrics for you that you could use. And also inside here, you will find a password, which you can use on Fiona's website, and that will access instructions for you to be able to add a collar to this as well, if you wanted to. So there's lots of different hacks. There's lots of different ways you can make this jacket without it looking the same every time that you make it. And it's kind of ageless as well. If you want to look at the sizes, by the way, while we're here, there you go. So you can freeze frame that little bit if you like. I shan't talk you all the way through them. But your fabric measurements are on there as well. So that's on the website, is it, Hannah? Yeah, if you have a look on the website, on the actual image, you'll see that on the website there as well. So you can check if you want to order fabric today, how much fabric you're going to need to make this. Or if you want to double check that you've got enough in your stash at home to make it, that's entirely up to you. So that's your £17.99. It's a nice fat packet. It's got lots in there.
It's got a lot in there, yeah.
A lot in there. For £17.99. Oh, we've got digital as well for this. Oh, we've got a digital version. So if you wanted to print it off, you set all the same information in there. If you wanted to get on with this today, if you've got a printer, that's just £12.50. And yeah, so you can get on with that yourself. Now we do have a 2-metre bundle of pink button pre-quilted fabric, already busy for this one. So this is large enough to make the largest size, brand new with us today. So it's double-sided. Sold out by the ½ metre, so we've only got the bundles. So you've got what almost looks like an Indian block print on one side, and then on the other side you have the larger design. It's quilted in vertical stripes, and it has a really soft polyester wadding in the centre as well. So price-wise, you're paying for an outer fabric. For a backing fabric, you can use those either way, and you're paying for the wadding. So you've got 3 lots of fabric basically, all in one fabric, all beautifully quilted as well for your £34.99. Could you make the jacket reversible?
With that one, it's quite difficult because you're not sewing a lining in and you're not hiding the raw edges. I mean, if you bound the edges and you had those exposed and you don't mind that, then yes, why not? But I think if you wanted to make it properly reversible, it might be better to have a lining.
Have a lining and hang it
and
out.
hide all the raw edges.
Yeah, okey-doke. But isn't it nice to have a fancy lining? You know, when you take it off, when you hang it up, or when it blows open, just to see that flash of different pattern. You could make bags with this as well, remember? If you bought 2 bundles, you can make the jacket and have a matching. That'd be a big bag. A big weekend bag made out of that as well. And again, that's £34.99. But we've sold out by the ½ metre. This, I'm hearing, is going to sell out as well. So go through for that one. We do have another fabric for you, which is a block print kind of. John's new chair. Very happy with John's new chair. There we go. This is the second one. This, isn't that gorgeous? So on the one side, again, it looks like Indian block print. It's not. It's printed. But this is the colour and the design that you get on the other side. And again, you've got that really lovely wadding on there as well. For, again, £34.99. And that's the 2 metre bundle, and it's extra wide as well. I think it's 150 wide. The fabric is cotton. The wadding is polyester, but it's a really lovely polyester. It's really, really soft. You'll see that when you get it home because that's your selvage, so you are going to have a little bit poking out there. It's really, really soft. But by having a polyester wadding means it's not going to shrink, so you don't need to pre-wash or anything for that. Okay, that's £34.99. Also, we do have that one available by the ½ metre, but only just. We don't have very many of those left by the ½ metre. We've got another pre-quilted, which is just a pink one. And it's double gauze, but it's the same on both sides, this one. And it's got crosshatch quilted on that one as well. It's a nice colour pink, that actually, isn't it? It's not too... It looks a bit bright on my screen. It's almost salmony kind of colour. Classic colour pink, that one. And that's just £29.99p for your 2 metres. We have a broderie anglaise version. So this is nice and clean and crisp for summertime. And that is plain on the one side, so just plain cotton there, and your broderie anglaise on that side. And again, you've got 2 metres there for £26.99. Okay, we also have a denim, just plain denim. That's a 2 metre piece as well. Oh, that's a nice weight. So if you just wanted to use a denim and quilt your own, then you can do. But that's not. It's not stiff. It's not quite a nice weight. A bit of stretch in that as well. That's nice. And again, £22.99. If people are quilting their own jackets, what wadding would you use, Fiona?
There's a variety of different options, and I've tried many different options and got samples and a variety of it. This one here is just a very basic 2-ounce polyester wadding. It's something they use for upholstery, but you can use it for clothing. It's much thinner, but obviously the H640 is an option, H630 as well, which is a little bit lighter. The polyester 2 ounces, I would call it cheap as chips, but the H640 is a dream to work with, but it is a bit more expensive. But you know, it's a more pleasurable experience. The one near you, I actually had a roll of felt, which acrylic felt, which I didn't know what to do with. It was a horrible colour, and I thought, well, I'll have a go with that, and actually it worked quite well. It is a little bit heavier. I mean, I would say try and keep it light, because no one wants to go around with, you know, a lot of really weighty jacket. You know, I mean, it's nice to have something that's got a bit of lightness to it. Yeah. Which is why the pre-quilted fabrics are great, because they're not heavy at all, are they? So, but yes, I mean, if you've got some batting left over from a quilt, it's not too heavy, you've got some spray glue, then yes, use that.
Lovely, thank you very much. So that's your denim, and then we've got another one to quilt yourself. This is like an animal print, but flowers. Does that mean it looks a little bit leopard, but it's flowers? And is that cord? It is cord. Oh, that is so soft. It feels like velvet. So really fine needle cord or baby cord, very, very fine. Gorgeous and lightweight as well. £16.99 is your price for that one. Leopard Flowers fabric bundle. So that is a pre-cut 2 metre bundle as well. And again, these 2 metres are big enough for the larger size if you wanted to go for those alongside your pattern. Let me show you again that pre-quilted. And this one. The pink one's about to sell out. And this is another one of the pre-quilted, pre-cuts. So that's on the one side, that's on the other side. It's gorgeous. And it's just £34.99 for that one. We also have a denim bundle, which is this one. So these are pre-cut denim pieces. And there's 4 metres there in total. If you want to go for those. There are nice prints on those as well. That's gorgeous. So little flowers, then you've got like dandelion clocks, the plain ones, more like a chambray kind of weight, these ones. And then we've got the flowers there as well. And this is what Fiona's going to demo in just a second as well. So you can create your own patchwork. Or if you love the fabrics, you can just use these for whatever you like, of course. So £34.99 your price. But she's taken the price down to £29.99 for 4 metres of fabric. That's a good price, isn't it?
Amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, fabulous price. And it's nice and soft.
It's gorgeous
You'll
fabric
use it in
to
lots
work
of
with as well.
Sorry?
It's gorgeous fabric to work with.
It is, isn't it?
Yes,
It's got a
doesn't
nice
fray. It irons beautifully. It's nice weight.
Yeah, lovely.
Washes well. And
the
I think those
£5
blue and white tones, sorry to interrupt, but I think they go with everything, those
Yes.
blue and whites, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, they go with jeans, they go with colours, you know.
I think any colour goes with denim, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
absolutely.
Blues, blacks, bright colours, stripes and spots. Okay, that's £29.99 at your reduced price. The pattern on its own, again, we do have physical, digital, have a look on the website. Your physical pattern, £17.99. And you've got sizes 2 to, small to 2XL. Again, have a look on the website. You've got all of your size charts on there as well, so you can make your mind up which size that you need to go.
The 2XL is a 28.
Oh, okay.
It goes up to a 28, so that's a 24 to 28.
24 to 28.
And the small is an 8 to 10.
Okay, thank you. Right, what would you like to show us?
Right, well, this is actually one of the biggest patterns I've ever done in the way of instructions, because it's the normal Bibi pattern, but you've also got, I mean, I've only printed mine out in black and white here, but you've also got the patchwork instructions, which are on the back of the pattern. And then also you've got the applique version here, which I've incorporated it into the pattern. You've also got in the pattern instructions about how to add on to the collar. The only thing you don't have is the collar template, which is you have the, as Debbie said, you've got the code to download it with the password on the website. And it's really good. The collar is just 2 pages of A4. You're not printing off forever. It's just a couple of pages and you just stick them together. And that makes your collar that will look a little bit like that. So it's slightly curved and it gives you in the pattern the instructions how to attach it. So now we're going to be doing a couple of versions. So now I'm doing a patchwork version. The instructions in the manual are for 6 pieces of ½ meters, which, you know, amounts to about the same. This one I'm using, I've just chosen 3 of those pattern ones because I just felt the plain one would be quite good to use for the binding and the lining.
That's a good idea, yeah.
And also because mine is 6, it's easy to transfer from 3 to 6, isn't it? Because you're just using them again. Now my patchwork, now I'm a little bit inhibited by Caroline because she's such an amazing quilter and I'm not a quilter. So I have done the most basic quilting patchwork ever, squares in a row. So please don't laugh at me, all you quilting people out there. But what I felt is that when you're patchworking a jacket, you've got quite a lot to do. You've got to patchwork it and then you've got to make the jacket and put the pockets on, put the lining, fastenings. So maybe you don't want to sort of have too much work in the patchwork. Do you see what I mean? Also, you've got to really bear in mind that you've got a right and a left side. So you want to have your squares seamlessly running across and round the jacket. So it's very important about placement. Now, the more complicated pattern you have, then the more tricky it is to sort of do that. So I'm keeping it to squares for now, but you know, you patchworking people out there, you're very technical and you can probably sort of like adapt it to suit you. So now each piece, so in the patchwork version, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a demonstration about the pre-quilted fabric as well and show you on the collar. So in the patchwork version, it shows you the layout for the back and the 2 front pieces and the pockets. And it gives you the numbers as well of each different design, where they're placed. And that just makes it easier for you to kind of place them for matching at the front. On the back, it also shows you that each size is a slightly different size of square. And that helps because you're using the same pattern, but just that square is just slightly bigger for each size. So it's like in accordance with the size. Now, what else can I say? So I've made a bit of a start here, and I sort of, I thought, well, I'll just do a 3 by 3 square, and I'll do 2 of those. And I've used one of the fabrics a bit more than the others. Now, so, you know, bear in mind, I think you will have enough to do if you want to do this sort of formation, but obviously if you've got 6 different fabrics, it's a bit more randomly placed. So I've literally done it in bands, so it's very sort of straightforward. And 2 of them are on the floor already. And so we're just placing the, hang on, I've got the wrong one there, haven't I? Where's that? Right, I need to get another one out. It's that one, isn't it? So place all your squares, and Carolyn said place them on the bed, which I think is quite a good idea. If you haven't got a big table, you could always sort of lay them out on a bed. So, and then you're placing your squares like that. If you're doing a little bit more squares than just 3 different patterns, you might want to put a sticker on each back, the reverse side of each square, just to say which one it is, so that it makes it easier to see. So I'm just pinning those together at the sides, and that just shows me which side I'm sewing. And then we're going to the machine. Just clear it away a bit, put my glasses on.
So what's your background, Fiona? Have you always been a dressmaker?
No, not really. I used to be a knitwear designer.
Oh,
I suppose I mean, that's kind of like dressmaking. I mean, I did a lot of cut and sew knit and worked I worked in Paris for 6 years, so that was exciting. And yeah, so it all stemmed from there. And then I started writing for magazines, so.
Oh.
And then I sort of did my own collection. So yeah, it's, oops, I'm making a right old mess of this. Anyway, we're doing 1/4-inch seams, and this is tele sewing, so it's not matching up perfectly. A little back stitch on the back.
Still knit? Do you still knit?
Do you know, I don't know how to knit because it's all done by machine. So we were doing a lot of machine knitting, and so all the designs were done on it was some industrial machines and domestic machines. Yeah, I mean, knitting on a machine was quite big in the 80s, wasn't it? I mean, I'm a sort of child of, you know, I was at college. I did a degree in fashion textiles at Brighton, and. Unfortunately, the course is just folding now after all these years since the 80s. Yeah, but so we sort of caught the tail end of the knitwear revolution. We sort of, you know, it was like all coming into the forefront of fashion in the 80s. So yeah, I kind of like, you know, did that for quite a few years.
My sister used to have a knitting machine.
Did she?
Yeah. I just remember sitting there and doing this from side to side, and then
yes,
a sweater would just pour out.
Yes.
I haven't seen those for a long time.
Yes, I used to do a lot of Fair Isles.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I used to work for a menswear company and did a lot of Fair Isle designs, and actually, quite a few years later, I found one of my jumpers in TK Maxx. Yeah, and I thought, I recognise that. So obviously it was one that lasted quite a long time, because this is quite a few years later, you know. Yeah, it's just
I
speed it up.
interviewed Kay Fussett many years ago.
Yes.
And to impress him, I can't remember the name of the knitwear company that he used to work for. Masoni, that's it. I found a Masoni cardigan online, and I just turned up wearing it, and he went immediately, I designed that. I know you did. Loads of bright things.
Yes. My grandmother was a great knitter. She used to knit some extraordinary sweaters for me. But I was more into the fashion side of it, you know, the more of the kind of, you know, the high street end, and sort of, I think I'm less into technique and more into sort of like, you know, shape and stuff. There was a lot of that sort of very drapey, oversized Japanese, you know, like Izumaki and Yamamoto. I don't know if you know any of those names, but they were sort of quite big at the time, and they influenced fashion. And I think all that sort of oversized look has really come from that era. You know, it's really stuck around. I mean, it was great for a while. I mean, for quite a few years. But then when I had my children, I really felt like I changed a lot, you know. I remember, I mean, I was designing textiles at home. You know, it was... Just quickly do that. It was a very easy thing to do whilst I had children, because I had twins, so I was sort of a little bit homebound. And I don't know if this is on, is it? Do you switch the button? Is it that one? Oh, yes. Green. That's an indication it's on. Now, this is not matched up at all well, so because I'm doing it quite in a hurry, so I'm sure that you would probably do a much better job than me. Yes, so, and I haven't matched up those pens. Right, I haven't matched them up at all.
People don't normally talk and demo and be on TV. So there's millions of people.
Yes, so anyway, you want to have a nice sort of formation there. But to be honest, you could do like impromptu. I mean, I'm a big fan of impromptu quilts, you know, ones where people just sew bits, you know, randomly. It's sometimes a little bit more abstract. Yeah. So, you know, definitely that could be an option for this.
I tell you what you could do. Carolyn's spool blocks. Just incorporate a few of those if you're a sewer and you want a themed waistcoat.
That's right. I mean, there are people as well that make jackets out of quilts they've already made that maybe they're not using. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I do think it's quite nice to have this sort of borrowed look. Yes. Because it's a little bit more classic, isn't it? It's a bit more sort of wearable. But I mean, when I do shows, people come up, they've used my pattern and they've used a quilt to make a jacket, and they always look great. So I'm always very impressed by their skills. Right, so now I have some of this lovely H640 here. I'm going to sort of use the top end, so I'm not wasting it. So I'm leaving a nice bit at the bottom, because if you wanted to make a crossbody bag in the same fabric, you probably will have a little bit left over and you can use it for that. Right. So, right, smoothing it down, and then I'm going to iron it on. Now you will do a piece like this for the two fronts, the back, and also one each for the sleeves. But you might want to do the sleeves in one fabric. You might just want to have the patchwork for the front only and the back. So, you know, that would look good too, wouldn't it?
It also means if you're going to make more than one, every jacket's going to be different. Maybe a different technique and a different fabric.
That's right.
One more lightweight for summer and a heavier weight for winter.
Yeah, definitely. I have got so many of these jackets and they all get worn so much. Now, this is not very hot this side, is it? Maybe I'll turn it up a bit. That might help. So really what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to bomb that on so that it's nice and fixed. Now, if you're not using H640, which is fusible, obviously, then you need to get some spray glue, and I'm going to be here forever. I think it's not really getting the heat I need. So I'll just move on.
So a 505 spray would be your perfect option for a spray glue.
And you want to get your templates. So now be careful, because it's very easy to cut the right side up. You want one right side up, and then the second one you do, turn it over and do the other side, because obviously you will, you know, and bear in mind that you've got one edge that will match the other. So just check that you've got the right side of the fabric, that you've got the right, you're matching up to the other piece. I'm just going to turn that round because I've got a straighter edge there. So this normally would have been fixed. Now, when it comes to pattern matching, you could sort of like, you know, I just think the best idea is to just go up to the edge of the square, because you're going to waste a lot of fabric, and when it crosses over, you'll have it'll be slightly less here, but I think it'll be fine. So you want to pin your pattern piece on. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but I've got like lines here with a Sharpie pen. I've marked my pattern, and it just corresponds with the seam line. Now, this is quite important to do this, because, and then when you've done it, do it also on the other side. So mark your pattern both sides, and then you can just line up to the seam, pin it at the seam line. And then that just means that the two, you know, you're not going to get a staggered square. You want your seams to sort of run continuously, unless you're just going freehand. Then you know you don't really worry about it. And then pin it on, and then we're going to cut it out, and then that's the same for the back. So it might be a good idea before you cut it out to do all your pieces and lay on your templates and just check last minute before you cut them out, because obviously once you cut, that's it. Oops. Right, I haven't done enough squares. So anyway, so you'll have another panel up here, and then you will lay it on so you've got all your squares there, and then you can cut it out. Okay. So once you've got all your pieces, then you will piece it together according to the pattern. Now, the pattern is not particularly written for a single reversible fabric. It's actually written with a lining. Now, and there are a couple of ways that you can do the lining. One is where you lay the back and front, the lining and the front together, and the outer together, and then you bind the raw edges together around the edge. Or you could put the right sides together, sew all the way around the outside, and then bag it out. Now, bagging it out is a lot quicker, obviously. You're not going to get a solid line that sort of defines the edge. This one here I've done with the bagging out method, and I've also done a V-neck version, and there is a little V-neck tutorial on the blog about how to transfer it into that sort of style. But
do you want to just lay it down, Fiona, and we can have a look from the overhead camera?
So I do it like that way. So you can see that the lining just sits on the back. There's no edging all the way around, but it's a quick version, and it still looks nice. You can see also I've popped in some ties, and because I've sandwiched those two together, and I've got no binding, you can just literally put some little ties in there, and that always looks quite oriental, doesn't it? I always think that looks really nice. So that's also another option that you can do.
And those instructions are on your website with the code?
No, this is on the website anyway, on the page. The code is just for the collar template.
Okay.
Also on the Bibi pattern, you've got the quilt lines as well, and you've got two sorts of quilt lines. So you've got tram lines, which is the one you've got here, just literally straight lines, but it gives you the position of where to actually sew them so that you're seamlessly going across. And then the other one is...
is that this one?
I don't think, no, not that one. It's where you've got like a grid, like a diagonal grid. So that's, you know, there's the two are marked on the pattern.
Can I just give you a reminder of what we've got here? We've had a message on Facebook from Yvonne saying, what's the code for the patchwork fabric bundle? Have a look at that in just a second, if that's okay, Yvonne. The pattern on its own is this, and that is £17.99. Have a look on the website for your size chart on there as well, and how much fabric you're going to need. There is a digital download available as well. It's slightly less in price. You will need a printer for that, obviously, because you're printing them out. Oh, just out of interest, with the download, is it just A4 or is it A0 as well? Do you know?
Oh, the download? No, it's A4s.
It's all A4.
Yes.
Okay. But that means if you've got an A4 printer, you can get going on that this afternoon. But that's £12.50 if you wanted to go for the digital. The patchwork bundle, Yvonne. Oh, hi, Ellen. I hope you're okay. Nice to hear from you. This is about to sell out, so you've got the details on your screens at the moment. Yvonne, your code is TR6618, but that, if you have a look on the website, you'll see all of the codes for everything there. You don't need to remember a code number or anything. If you're ordering on the phone lines, then quote TR6618. But Yvonne, you need to do it quite quickly because that's about to go. We've only got a couple left. The blue and beige pre-quilted fabric is this one. It is lovely. So again, you can, if you're going to use this for jacket, you can bind the seams on the inside, or to be honest, you could use an overlocker. I think you could just overlock the seams on the inside, wouldn't you? Instead of binding it.
What if you want it reversed?
If you're using this fabric.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not going to be reversible.
Yeah.
But I would just...
But just to finish the seams.
Oh, just to finish the seams, like an overlocking would be fine, yeah.
Yeah, or a zigzag stitch. Sorry, Hannah, I'm not listening to a word you're saying. Oh, we do have another printed quilt, a pre-quilted printed fabric. Ooh. If I talk slowly, the words might come out properly. We have this available by the half metre. Yeah, I'll keep off the gin, Ollie. Early. I've been up since 2:30, so it is wine o'clock, really, isn't it? So the denim on the one side, and you've got like a polyester on the inside, and a nice slim wadding on that one, so it's nice summer weight. For the jacket, you'll need 2 metres. But we can also use this for other projects as well.
You might have enough left, actually, to make a crossbody bag as well.
That's really?
Yes, maybe not with the strap, but you probably want to use a bit of webbing for the strap anyway with fabric like that, wouldn't you?
If you just wanted to make the crossbody bag out of this, we have bundled it together. So you get 1 metre of the fabric and your crossbody bag pattern. We do have hardware, there's lots of that, so have a look underneath the details on the website. So we shan't go through those now, but we do have hardware down there and some bits and bobs to use with your green machine as well. So that's £26.99. Then we have another crossbody bundle, which is this one. So again, there's the pattern and 1/2 metre of the, it says very 1970s, this one. I thought it was quite retro. So then we've got the pattern and the plain and your pattern and instructions included there for £19.99. That's loads of fun, isn't it? I'll get you noticed. And again, that's £19.99. And that's corduroy, by the way. It's like a baby cord, so it's really, really soft. We have one more bundle, which is, again, it's a baby cord with the blue and grey. And if you wanted to go for the pattern on its own, that's what you're going to make, look. And it's got the adjustable strap and a zip across the top and fully lined with the pocket on the inside. That's £12.50. And we do have a digital downloadable version of that one as well, which is £8.50. Details on your screen right now. Right, going to go back to the jacket, because if you do have any left over, Fiona says you might be able to make a bag out of it. The pockets, that's I think we've sold out of the pink fabric, haven't we now? But this will work the same way with the other quilted fabrics that we've got anyway.
Yeah, so I'm moving, so with the patchwork, once you've got all your patchwork pieces cut out, we will then sort of sew it together like this. Now you've got pockets as well. Now, there's various ways you can make a pocket. So you could either, and I think I mentioned it in the instructions. I know what I've done. One of them is the bound. The other one is where you've got a pocket lining and you're bagging it out, so you don't have to bind it around the edge. But with this sort of fabric, obviously you haven't got the lining, and if you don't want to edge it all the way round, you could just turn under the hem. So what a little trick that I do is to just do a little running stitch of very long length. I go into the camera there. And then just do a gather, just pull it, pull the top thread and gather it up. It's also quite a good idea to make yourself a cardboard template. Do you ever do that, Debbie?
Yes, and
yes,
it's
really
straight
good.
over it, and it, yeah.
That's right. But if you gather it up first, it does make it a little bit, it just gets it going. So that's always good. And then you can just go to the iron and then you get a really nice clean edge, don't you?
And it means that both pockets are going to be exactly the same size.
Exactly the
So
same.
if you're just turning that over by hand, it may not be exactly the same as the other one.
That's right. Yes, because I mean, although by eye you sort of think, oh, yeah, I've done it.
Yeah.
So what I would do is get the pocket template, remove the seam allowance, and put it onto cardboard, and then use that as the template. But look how nice that is. That's really a much neater finish. You probably don't need to worry too much about the straight edges. Now, I've also just edged the top on this one with some bias binding. So I just literally stitched across the top, and then I'm going to stitch across there. So I'm just going to, so you can stitch across there, fold it over, pin it down. Now it's always a bit tricky when you're sewing binding because very often you do miss the back. So I think I do often tack stitch binding on. I don't know if you do that, Debbie, because I think it's just a bit more foolproof, isn't it?
I'm a big fan of tacking.
Me too.
I think initially, well, that's another process and it's hand sewing and I've got to remove it afterwards. But it can be a lot quicker if you want to be
in the
really
long
accurate
run
than unpicking because you're not.
That's right. I think it's it just allows a neater finish as well because everything's kind of staying in place. Now I'm going to top stitch across this top edge. So I put my stitch length up to, I put to 2.8, and then as long as with this, as long as I'm sewing where the pins are, I should be fine. And I'm going to go sew across the top edge. Now, think about the colour of your thread, because I've used pale pink, but actually you could have just picked up one of the nice strong pink here, and then it's always a good idea to have a little bit more than you need, because if you trim it up to the edge then you can turn it under and then we're stitching it down. So just press that over like so.
And it's worth taking your time to be accurate with this, isn't it? Because you're going to wear it.
Yeah. And I think it's a pleasure.
If you have absolutely perfect seams and perfect stitches and perfect top stitching and perfect pockets, nobody's going to notice. If you don't, it stands out a mile. That's the thing well, you'll notice if nobody else does.
Yes.
I just think it's worth taking your time, making it slowly, no matter how experienced you are, and just making sure that it is perfect.
I think also it's like, it's not, if you've done something that's not quite right, you're aware of it.
Yes.
And it's distracting, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's nice to sort of please yourself, isn't it?
Mind you, when there's so many times when I've bought something or you see something in a shop and the prints don't quite match up and the seams aren't straight and the thread's hanging, and it seems acceptable to buy a garment like that.
That's right.
But when you make it yourself, you beat yourself up. I mean, you would never have threads hanging off you, but
yes,
it's surprising when you see shop bought clothes.
Yes, I mean, also I think because I'm an ex-knitwear designer, I sort of I'm a Mannix end sewer inner. Are you? I hate cutting an end off. I always leave a long thread and then that gets threaded up into a needle, and I take great pleasure in trying to make that disappear without anyone seeing it, So now I would tack stitch that pocket on there, but just so that it's nice and solid and fixed. I'm pinning it on for now. I'm not sure whether I've got the time to sort of actually sew it on. But
We've got time. Yeah, we've got
time because I want to do the collar as well. Let me just talk about the other one.
Maybe move on to the collar.
Yeah, but let me just sort of talk about this one. So this one, I've actually bound it round the edge. So this is an alternative. And then I would probably finish the top edge on an overlocker and then just fold it under once. It might be a bit bulky if you double sew it. I think you probably would get away with it, but obviously you're taking out the height of the pocket. So you can just fold over, press, stitch it across and then stitch it on. And I like to stitch in the ditch when I do a binding edge because I think it's quite nice to have that bound edge.
It'd be quite nice to use it the other way around as well, wouldn't it? So you've got the contrast.
Absolutely, lovely. And also you could have the collar going the other way around as well.
Yes.
So
that balances it, doesn't it?
It does, yes, yes. And also if you cut your sleeves, I mean the sleeves are quite long, but if you cut them a little bit longer, you could have the turn back cuff and then you're seeing the nice bit of reverse on the back too. Right, so now I'm not really making huge progress with this jacket, but I'm sort of just talking you through it so you get the general idea. You can see that I've stitched the front to back at the shoulder seams, and I've also stitched it down to, now you've got a little curved edge here which stays open. So you've got a little bit that juts out there, so you stitch down to that section and then leave all that open. Now, it has to be said that some people find it a bit tricky going around this corner with the binding. Now, I always think it's a good idea to sort of maybe nick it so you can sort of flatten it out and then go round. So that really helps. Alternatively, you can just undo this seam a little bit, take it into the seam, and then afterwards just finish it on the inside so it's all trapped into the seam. That's much easier. Now, when it comes to the collar, now normally this is just a collarless jacket, and which I quite like because it's nice to wear with scarves. You know, you can pick up one of the colours of your jacket and team it up with a lovely, you know, cowl neck scarf. It's lovely, isn't it, in the winter? But with a stand-up collar, it just gives you a little bit more windproof. So it's just literally, well, you can see it here. It's just like almost like a mandarin collar.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's quite nice. And now I've made a start with the binding. What I've done is I've folded the binding in half widthwise, and I've given it a good press. You want a nice sharp edge, because then you want to open up your edge and bank up the raw edge to the centre fold and fold it over. You don't want any sort of baggy bit at the top there. And then I would definitely pin it in. Normally I don't bother pinning binding, I just sew as I go. But with this, I think I might just make sure it stays in place. And then when you're getting to the edging here, you want to just ease it round so you're getting that nice edge. Now, in the pattern, I also say that if you do a jacket with a lining, you can do the front and the back together and then just stitch it around the outer edge and turn it inside out and top stitching, so there is no binding. So, and I think that works well. And in fact, that's the one I showed you here. That's what it looks like. And if you just do it the same fabric, both sides, you're not going to see any of the little bits on what, you know, I just think it keeps it simple.
Yeah.
So we're just pinning around the outer edge. Shape it when it gets to the curve. And we're not doing the lower edge, we're just doing the upper edge. And then I'm going to just stitch it down. So see you on the other side. Again, you want to lengthen your stitch. I've got my quilt lines going horizontally on the collar, but equally you could have them going down. You know, it's up to you.
I was saying right at the beginning, Fiona, it's because there aren't any darts and particular tailoring. If you're new to sewing, this is a good shape to start with, isn't it? It's not terribly fitted.
No, it's not, and it's quite generous as well. I mean, I could probably wear a medium. It would be a little nice snug jacket, and then a large would be sort of slightly oversized, which is nice too, you know. So, I mean, you know, the sizing issue is not quite so, you know, it's not such a big deal, really. Check the size guide though, because it will give you the finished measurements, and you can always check on that. But you know, they do say to make a toile, don't they, beforehand? But I think when it comes to these sort of jackets, I think, you know, if in doubt, you know, go for the larger size. But you know, everyone knows what sort of size range, medium, large, don't they? That they're in.
I think if I was going to make a toile, I'd make it out of a nice quality calico, because it's a more affordable fabric, but when it turns out good, you can still wear it, because you could even dye it.
Do you know what I would do, Debbie? I would make it out of a duvet.
Oh.
Yeah, from a charity shop.
That's a good idea.
Because you're going to get some fun prints, aren't you? And now, somewhere here, I have got a nick for the centre point, so it's obviously disappeared. So I'm just going to fold it in half and nick it again. And then I'm going to find my centre point of my jacket at the back edge. And then match them up. Now again, you know, do I want it that way or do I want it the other way? You know, you could pin it on and have a look, try it on. Even tack it on if you want to, and then it will just give you an idea of, right, where is it there? And I've also got nicks for the shoulder seams as well. So on the template, transfer those notches to the pattern piece, and then you can see, you can line them up. You could even use quilting clips are quite good for making this jacket. And also I would say that before you put on the sleeves, see if you can get the binding on, because when you've got sleeves on, it suddenly becomes a lot more bulky, you know, and there's a lot more fabric to deal with. So bear in mind that you might want to get that done. And then extend it. Now, it's not going to go right to the edge, but it's going to just go up to the centre front. Tack it on, and then we're going to sew it on.
Do you do workshops or teach or anything?
Well, I used to before COVID, and then, you know, they all came to I used to do it at Cloth Kits in Chichester and the Fluffatorium in Dorking. And then after that, I just got so busy, Debbie. I mean, I think you can only do so many things, can't you? And I just felt like I wanted to give my pattern business a really good sort of focus. Yeah, I never really went back. I have been asked quite a few times, but I sort of prefer to diddle around in my studio and...
And do you have a YouTube channel or Facebook, or do you do anything like that?
I have got a YouTube, but I've only got a few videos on there at the moment. But I'm trying to build it up. But I keep getting distracted with other things.
Oh, and time's going. It's August on Saturday, for goodness sake.
I know.
So what happened to July? But what's happening to 2020?
Where is this month gone, eh? I'm supposed to be retired. So
yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, my retirement sort of means that I work half a day and then go down the beach the rest of the day. So I mean, especially at the moment. So, I mean, the YouTube videos have taken a bit of a backseat.
COVID was 7 years ago now. Where did that go?
I know. It's had such an effect, though, hasn't it, on everything? We're still really reeling from it now. I mean, I think when I did the NEC, we were doing it just after COVID, and people were saying, oh, you know, it used to be rammed here, you know, and it's so much quieter now. But I think last time we did it there, someone said it's almost got back to that level again. It's almost got to the same footfall. So, you know, I think people are getting the confidence to come out again, aren't they? Which is great. So you can see why it's a good idea to tack stitch it beforehand, because, you know, I'm having to sort of wangle it a little bit as I go. Depends what sort of sewer you are, really. Some people just want to just sew, don't they? They don't want to sort of... I mean, but I like to take my time, and I really like a bit of hand sewing, so...
And I think when you're sewing layers together like this, obviously you're using a walking foot, which helps, but there is a chance that your fabrics can slip a little bit, so that's where hand tacking, I think,
exactly
is useful.
See, and also look, see that side, I've got a little bit more. I mean, I'll probably have to redo this when I get back, but let me just show you my mistake, and then you won't make it. So you want it to be equal both sides, and I've got a little bit less than there. But, you know, for a telly job, I shouldn't beat myself up about it. Now, you're going to have this raw edge on the inside here, and what I would do is definitely bind that edge. Or you could overlock it if you've got an overlocker, but you want to extend the binding round here. So you might as well carry on round the back neck as well. And I think it just looks nice. I think the inside seam you can get away with just overlocking it, but I think round the back neck. And also you press the seam downwards on the reverse side and then top stitch all the way round. And then that just keeps it nice and proud.
I think if you overlocked it in a future pink thread, it would look like part of the whole design.
Yes, that's right. Yes, yes, but you might have to extend the binding round and then just stop it here.
Okay. That was a bit loud, wasn't it? Sorry. Give you a reminder before we go, because we're running out of time now, of the pattern. So it's £17.99, and it's one of those very popular styles of pattern for anybody. It doesn't matter your size, it doesn't matter your age. So many different ways of making this. You can make the denim patchwork. You could make it from corduroy. You could make it with the with denim. You could make it with the pre-quilted fabrics as well. And Fiona is very generous with everything that you've got in here. So, and you've got that link to the website, remember. So you've got the applique designs, there's patchwork instructions. Go to the website, the pattern for the collar is on there, and tips on how to make that into a V-neck as well, and to put ties on there. So it's a really versatile jacket. I can see you can use buttons and buttonholes, you could use poppers or press studs, you could leave it open as an edge-to-edge jacket. So it depends what kind of level and how much extra you want to pop into this. But I think if you're a beginner sewer and you want to start on your dressmaking journey, I think this is an ideal project for you, because it's a boxy shape. It doesn't matter about the dots and being tailored. There's nothing in here that I've seen so far that I think is going to be too much for you. Obviously, take your time. Always the best advice, take your time with it. Study the instructions before you start making it. Make a toile first of all, which, if you didn't know, was making it out of a cheaper fabric, a cheaper costing fabric to start with, just to make sure that you've got the right fit and you've got the right size, and it gets you used to the techniques there as well. But it's such a versatile design of jacket, no matter what fabric you're using. So this could be a lightweight summer jacket. If you use a heavier wadding going into the winter time, it's a really cosy winter jacket as well. So it's something that you're going to be wearing all year round. And at £17.99, that's an investment, because of course you can make this out of so many different fabrics, even from the jackets that we've got here in the studio and the pictures that you see on the packaging. They look like different jackets. So it's something that you're going to make time and time again for yourself, for your friends and family. And And it's going to look different every time, which means you're going to enjoy making and wearing each one of these as well. We haven't got very many of these left now if you want to go for it. £17.99 is your price. And you've got your booklet inside with all of your instructions in there as well. Now, our new pre-quilted fabrics that we bought you this hour, let me give you a reminder of one of your favourites. The cerise one that Fiona was using has now sold out. This is a pre-cut piece of fabric, and it's enough to make the largest size. So if you're making the smaller sizes, you're going to have bits left over as well. It's cotton, 100% cotton on both sides, so that's reversible. And you've got a polyester wadding, which is sometimes polyester waddings can be scratchy, and particularly when you're looking at, particularly affordable prices, you wouldn't expect to have a wadding like this. It's really, really soft. Polyester means it's not going to shrink when you put it in the wash as well. And it's quilted kind of like that. I don't know if you can see. One left of this one. One left. So if you want it, you know what to do.
I like that one, don't you?
Sorry?
Which is your favourite?
I do like this. I like the denim. I like the quilted denim.
That's nice. Yeah, I think I love blue and brown together. It's not really brown, is it? It's kind of like a taupe.
Like a rusty colour, isn't it? Coppery kind of.
I think it looks chic.
But okay, so that's about to go. Congratulations for getting hold of yours. Fiona's going to be back in an hour's time with a brand new pattern, which is the blouse that she's been wearing through the show today. So we'll see you again later. Thank you very much. And we've got Carolyn back again in just a second with the Spool Quilt, which you're going to love as much as you love the stars this morning. So go and have a quick cuppa, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes.
Are you going to the Festival of Quilts this year? Well, if you happen to be there on Friday the 31st of July at 9:30, I'd love you to join me, Debbie Shaw, for half an hour of Sewing Chat, and that's hosted by the wonderful Mr. John Scott. We'll be having a talk about my sewing journey, how I started sewing all the way through to becoming a needlecraft author, working in television, and all of the interesting people that I've met along the way. And do feel free to join in the chat and ask any questions that you like. Any visitor with a ticket to Festival of Quilts can sign up for the talk, and it's free to book in the theatre. So I hope to see you there.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
World-renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us for SewingStreet's Quilt Festival to launch her stunning collection and quilt kits. Join Jen Kingwell on Monday the 3rd of August on SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1pmp each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Keep up to date with what's on SewingStreet, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello again, welcome back. We're just going to get straight in there with this quilt pattern. This quilt pattern, because there's so much interest in this already. This is the Spools Quilt. It is beautiful, and we've got it available for you right now as a paper copy or downloadable as well. It's £9.99. All of your instructions in here, obviously your fabric instructions and put in together, but basically you've got a block which is put together at different angles. It's really, really easy. Hand sewing or machine, Carolyn?
We've done the pattern for machine sewing,
right,
because it's an excellent skill builder for those set-in seams. And in fact, I think not a lot, but recent, I was thinking back over other patterns that I've done that, you know, they've got on the site. And I do tend to be like, yeah, either just a million straight lines or, oh, let's set a seam in. And I'm like, yeah, this is let's set a seam in. But I think because of the generous angle of the seam, the setting in, the Y seam, and the fact that it's just repetition, there's nothing else in here. You know, you have to keep setting the seams in. So it's just brilliant. But equally, if you're a hand piecer and you're happy with hand piecing when the piece is a rotary cut, then yeah, equally, yeah, it's for everyone really.
You can do either.
Yeah.
I just love the design, and I think as a sewer, anything sewing related, we're just drawn to, aren't we? Sewing a printed fabric, sewing spools, but there could be bows. Doesn't have to be spools. And I'd go for the smaller. I'll take sections of it and make matching cushions. Maybe a table runner or tablecloth.
I think it looks really nice as borders on frame quilts, just the spools. You can also, if you, I haven't actually got any loose spools with me, but if you stack them so that they're not alternating, then you've got, I'm going back to columns now, like this morning, then you'll get a different look to the quilt for just one really simple shape. The other thing that I really like doing is using one block, and they finish at 6 inches. So, you know, yeah, 2, 4, 6, as a pin cushion.
Yes.
Isn't that just like, this is my Spools pin cushion? So, yeah, just really cute. Yeah, it is. I've made... over the years, I've made hundreds, literally hundreds of these, like for different quilts. I did one as a quilt as you go quilt. I did one as like a medallion, just like really old fashioned with the spools in the middle and a really mega deep border. Yeah, just really favourite block. So yeah, to be able to sort of share the scrappy, the spoolsness, and just also build people's confidence up with the setting in, because that easily, literally, the block is only setting in pieces.
Fabulous.
So,
really, 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 really busy with this one. It's not surprising. We've got lots of stock for you, okay, at the moment, but only £9.99. Remember, we do have the physical, so this is what you'll get, and it'll come out into the post really quickly. This comes from us, or you can go for the digital download, and you don't need a printer for this, do you? If you haven't got a printer,
no, there's no pattern pieces, because we're going to show you how to cut the, I think it's a trapezoid shape. Well, there's only a square and one other shape. And we're going to show you how to cut that without a template. So that's quite nifty.
And fabric strip friendly is what I was trying to say.
No wonder that didn't come out. Yeah, fabric strip friendly. But I know we've got, so we had some of the strip bundles earlier on. Yep. So yeah, excellent, because you've already got the one dimension that all both shapes have got, which is 2.5 inches. But equally with this one, we've got really great yardage bundles, and I put the sample here together with yardage. Oh, I love the way they keep putting this block thing. That's clever. I've never had that before. Then, to easily please, yeah, when we did it with the bundles, it also means, although all the measurements are for 2.5 inches to cut the spool shapes, 2.5 by 7.25 inches. If you've got yardage, you don't have to cut 2.5 inch wide strips. You could cut 7.25 inch wide strips and then subcut them 2.5 inches.
Oh, okay.
It's the same shape, but just different way of cutting it, which sometimes I think is less fiddly when you've got yardage.
Well, we do have bundles for you, but let me give you the details again of physical and digital. So your physical, £9.99. So many of you coming in for this one. Oh, well done. I just think it's beautiful. If you wanted to go for the digital option, of course, we have that for you as well. Same price, £9.99, but that means that you can get going this afternoon. So an instant download as soon as you pay. This will go into your account so you can access it straight away and get sewing today if you wanted to.
Has anyone ever downloaded it so quick that they could sew along?
Oh, we have had people messaging saying that they're doing it. Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's
so
to do
cool.
That today.
Yeah, because you could do that with this. Yes.
Yeah, come and let us know. Well, let's take you through the bundles that we have. So this will include your pattern. Am I on the right one there? So there's that one, that one. Let's show you this one. Oh. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 fabrics. There's 5 fabrics. Oh, we've got them mixed up somehow.
They are, because there's a print I can't see.
So what we're going you get what you get on the image. So you've got the darker blue, we've got that one, we've got that one, we've got that. I haven't got the one with the pink, the very first one.
It's this, do you want to...
Thank you.
Oh, I fell off some step.
You'll get a bit more than this.
Yeah, I'm not cutting
a
those out
metre and a
for you.
metre and a metre and a little strip. You got a little strip. No, you will have the full metre of that one as well. Just to show you that. Oh, thanks. Thank you. That's better, isn't it? Okay, so that's the bundle that you're going to get there. And again, that is including your full instructions for £99.99. So this is the sample that Carolyn has on the desk in front of her. That's the one there. Okay. And we've got 3 split payments for you too. So you only need to pay a third of that at the moment, which is great, isn't it? Okay. What's the finished size, Carolyn? Do you know offhand?
Oh, do you know, this morning I read up about that other pattern, all the details and all the measurements and all the statistics, because Stuart asks me all the statistics.
Okay.
And so I know now to do my homework. And then I went back out there and I'm just like, well, I know everything about this quilt. And I'm like, I know it's a 6-inch block. And I'm like, no, I can't remember how big the quilt is. I could do the maths. It's got a wider border than usual. It's got an 8.5-inch wide cut border. Usually I cut borders 6.5 inches because I've got a 6.5-inch wide ruler. So it depends how many spools you make really and how big the border. I think that it's got 9 6s of 54. It's 54 inches without the border.
Lovely, thank you.
Because I did it so that initially, so that it was sort of jelly roll usable size-ness, as it were. So. You know, compatible would be a more sophisticated phrase to use there. So
lots of viewing baskets for this one, but we are going to take the price down because it is Quilt Festival. So Hannah, in a good mood, is going to take £10 off the price. It's now £89.99. If you've ordered already, you're still going to pay your £89.99. Don't worry about that because we don't take payments till midnight tonight. So it's almost like you're getting your pattern for free when you go for the bundle. See how generous we are today. So that's £89.99. That's the blue option. Better give you that one back. No. And then, what should I look at next? Pink. This is your pink. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's that one. So 1 metre, 1 metre, 1.5 metres, 1 metre, and 2.5 metres of that one. A £10 saving, matched from the previous bundle. So this is again £89.99, making your pattern for free. What we like. And we've got split pays, so you can split the cost into 3 equal interest-free payments, and we'll still get these out to you as quickly as we possibly can. Oh, down to single figures with that one. That's a really popular one already. Congratulations. That's going to be really pretty. Gorgeous, bold, fresh, summery colours. So over Christmas. I'm all over Christmas.
We're over Christmas. That would make a really nice picnic blanket type colour, wouldn't it? All those hot sunny colours with your Aperol spritz.
That'd be nice.
If we're allowed to say that. Or other orange drinks are available.
We've got a Liberty bundle. So we've got the instructions included. It's £104.99. We're not crashing it because we can't afford to. Because that is such a good deal. Remember, you've got Liberty fabrics here. So you have 1 metre and 1.5 metres and 1 metre and 1 metre and 1 metre and 2.5 metres. That one's obviously not Liberty, but those 5 certainly are. So gorgeous colours again. There's summery. See, I'm thinking the beach and the sea.
And also they actually, I know with mine, because it's really scrappy, but the colour palette they've chosen, they really picks up on that more directly, which I always find really amazing, because I do like, you know, it's always really scrappy. And then when they come up with a palette or a bundle, it just looks, like that's it, it's the essence of it.
Yes.
And yeah, I think that's really clever. So,
well, we don't have, we're not going to crush the prize, but we do have a split pay for you. So we've got 3 split ways at the moment. But we can do better than that, because Hannah's now put it at 5 split pays. So 104.99 split down into 4 payments will come up as, oh, I'm just in the maths in my head. That's going to be 104.20 something, 25, 26, £20.99.
I'm just like, I can't help you. I'm just like, the numbers, I can't do the numbers. I'm no help.
So 5 split payments, if you want to go for the Liberty option, at £20.99 is all you're going to pay today. Okay, what are you going to do?
Well, the maths blew you out there. It's like, right, now what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Well, basically, I think they took a picture of this. Did they? I can't remember. Whether they're going to zap that up on something, I do not know. But basically, what I've got on the desk at the moment is I made spool blocks using all the fabrics in the bundle, the first bundle we showed you. And it always fascinates me how, given that I'm used to scrappy, and if I haven't got, you know, a pile a mile high and more fabric that I can wade through, I think it all won't go together. But this looks more than the sum of its parts. To me, it looks more than the 5 fabrics. I've used all of them, and I've varied what fabrics go in the middle. So yeah, I'm really pleased with this. I thought this was lovely. And also, I do have a bit of a soft spot for those sort of turquoisey, tealy sorts of colours and things. So yeah, I was really, I loved the way this turned out. But when I was having a little play, as one does, the blocks that I tend to make have one colour spool in the centre, one colour centre, and then they have the top and bottom the same. So although it's scrappy, there is a consistency, and I find that's quite important. If you wanted more consistency, you could do something like this, which is actually use the same fabric for the square in the centre as you're using for the top and bottom of the spool. So in fact, it's like Debbie was talking about earlier, it often looks a little bit more like a bow tie, I think, than the spool. The other way that I've done, so as a contrast. Now in this one, I picked one fabric out of the bundle, and I didn't use any of it in the tops and bottoms. I've only used it for the centre. So again, if you wanted a little bit more consistency in there, that is something that gives it just a little bit more focus if you want to play about with that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how I cut the shapes. I think for a lot of you, cutting the square for the centre, that is a 2.5 inch square. So if you've got strips of fabric, then you're going to find that your 2.5 inch square, you're just chopping them off. This was when the ruler that Debbie was showing you this morning, it's because we'd been talking about it beforehand, and this is a ruler I use a lot for these sorts of quilts. And as Debbie was saying, with the big 6x24, I mean, in essence, you can cut every shape available with that. And then we buy all these other different size rulers for different reasons. And this one I find really useful for cutting these shapes, because we're going to be cutting at an angle. And although you can do it with your 6x24 or any ruler with a 45-degree line on it, I do find that it stops this jabbing into me. It's just a really handy size. So this is what I'm using for this. So to make the trapezoids, I think they're trapezoids, to make the spool that's going to go at the spool top or bottom or the background, we're going to be cutting this. Now this in actuality is cut from a rectangle 2.5 by 7.25 inches. So that's all you need to cut from your fabric strips. Or if you've got yardage and you don't want to cut 2.5 inch wide strips, you could always cut strips that are 7.25 inches and then turn and subcut those to 2.5 inches. It's the same thing. Sometimes when I've got yardage, I'll cut the 7.25 inch fat strips and then subcut, because for some reason I think it's less fiddly, but it's probably just the way my head's going. So once you've got your 7.25 inch strips, we're going to cut the corners off basically to make our spool shape. Now you've got different things excuse me, working with you on this. You need your strips on a horizontal line on your mat, so it won't matter where, because we're going to use the ruler as the cutting tool, as the guide for the line. And instead of lining up your ruler, you know, as we're used to with our verticals, so it's perpendicular and all that, for a 90-degree angle, we actually want a 45-degree angle. So if you look at your ruler, you'll have a 45-degree angle. And that is what you line up to the long, straight side of your fabric. Because what we're going to do is we're going to cut this corner off. So must remember I'm not allowed to look over it, so you see the top of my head.
We do have that ruler on split pay, remember?
Yes.
So it shouldn't have been, but Hannah decided she was going to give you a little treat this morning, so you can get it for £8.99 today instead of £17.99, because it's Quilt Fest.
And Christmas is over.
Yeah.
Although it seems like a Christmassy, generous thing to do. So once you've cut one corner off, and you can do multiples. I've got 2 bits of fabric here because randomly that was what I picked up. So those, I mean, yeah, you can save these. I've had classes when I've taught these quilts and the main focus is worked out as to what we're going to do with these. I'm like, okay then, well, they're going to be little half-square triangles, aren't they? Little. And then we're going to have to design something for those. So you can, as you wish with those, I'm not entering that territory. And then when we're going the other way round, you can, if you've got your rotary cutting, anyway, I don't know if it'll go around the corner because it's the sewing machine. You can turn them round or you can just pick it up and turn it over. The other thing we are going to use on here are the lines on the mat as well. I'm going to show you that. So do the other corner in exactly the same way. Okay, so remember that it's good that you're doing everything the same on this, because it's a funny thing to get your head round if you're not used to the fact that we're cutting at an angle, and that's what we're doing here. And it basically means everything can be really accurate because we're rotary cutting, and it also means you don't have to have any templates for this one. You know, you can just get straight down, cut it, and then get stitching. So 45-degree line is the one that's on the horizontal on the mat. Okay, and there we have it. Now, if you wanted...
Do you cut out all of your bits first and then sew all of them together, or do you kind of do a bit as you go?
I tend to have cutting fests. Once I know that the block works and that the measurements work, so I'll do sort of one, or, you know, some test ones really, to see that the maths are going to work and all that sort of thing. But then after that, I'm just like, as soon as I know, and because I've probably have selected like the fabrics, like you'll have your bundles of fabric that you've got, I'm like, right, no, that's it. And I will cut a lot, as in, I won't cut a few bits and then sew a few bits and then go backwards and forwards. I do tend to like, I like to be, I use this word mindless a lot, but it's sort of in the zone. Yeah. It's just like, if I'm cutting, it means my mat's clear, I've got everything out the way, these are my piles, this is the cutting, I iron before I cut, so they're all flat. And I'm in that frame of mind. So there's like loads of cutting.
What's your sewing room like, where you do all of your work?
the other day we had someone come to measure for some new roller blinds, and I wasn't there, and my husband was. He was in charge, and and I didn't really think it through. When I came back, he was like, "Oh, we had to move some things in your sewing room."
Oh, you'll never find them again now.
I did think that. I was just like, "Oh no, oh no," and he was like, "Oh no, I'll help you put things back." He goes, "But we'll vacuum first." Like, okay then. So he's up there with I'm just like, oh, too much shame. And yeah, he vacuumed in the areas, that, you know. And then he's like, oh, and I'll help you put them back, you know, because there was some heavy boxes, just tell me. And I was like, yeah, that's great. And then I was like, and I sort of had a bit of a tidy up because of that, because it was all in a bit of a muddle. And then I was like, oh, yeah, and I don't need these, and I'll move those over there. And I said, oh, you know, that wasn't too bad. And I didn't lose anything. Oh. And I found stuff I didn't remember I'd got. And he goes, he said, perhaps you should have a really big clear out then. I was like, no, this was enough. This was enough. So it is generally, if someone else walks in, yeah, it's... So do you have a room in the house?
Yeah, or do you have a studio?
I'm very fortunate. Yeah, I've got a room in the house that we live in. And yeah, it is just... but the rest of the house, I like it really tidy. And I like to put things away, and I don't have a lot of stuff out. I don't really. But when you get in there, it's just like a zone.
Yeah.
But I know where it all is. I know what it all is. I know which projects, or I know which tubs of fabric, or but I think
where do you store your quilts? How do you do it? Because you must have hundreds.
I do have a lot of quilts in IKEA bags. My whole life revolves around IKEA bags. We live in an old Victorian house, and it's got big attics on.
Oh, loft insulation.
It's loft insulation, very much so. So they're walk-in lofts, so you can just like another room, but it's the loft, and they're in there. So, yeah, they're out of the way, except for the ones that aren't out of the way. And then they're in the spare bedroom. And, it's all out upstairs, out of the way. So, yeah, I'm very fortunate.
I did read somewhere the other day, somebody was saying that your fabric collection isn't an obsession, it's a retirement plan. So that's a good idea. I like that idea.
Yeah, but we're not going to have enough time in our retirement, are we, to stitch it all? So, if you're cutting these, and we've used the ruler, you could, actually I'm going to move that, I have to put that back again in a minute. If you look at the lines on your cutting mat, if you're lucky, they go in the right direction. Let me get these in the right direction. So, if you look, you've often got lines on the mat that you might not have used before. So you could always use those. What you have to remember to do is line your fabric up so that 45 degree is completely bisecting that corner. So you do have to make sure that everything is in that corner. And then really with your ruler, any ruler then, but I just love this. I've had one of these so long, like so long. I think it was before they invented the fuzzy stuff off, you know, the gritty bit.
Yeah.
And I've had it so long. A lot of the markings aren't there. And that means I'm buying a new one. So, but yeah, I do use it so much. I love it. So with this, all we're using are the lines on the cutting mat. So you can use that, and then we have to find the one. Actually, does this work? How will this work? Will it go the other way? Yep, there we go.
See, when you're not using that cutting mat as a cutting mat, you could put it on the floor and stand on it, and you could do yourself a little bit of a workout while you're sewing, couldn't you?
I'm not sure you're meant to do that. Oh, at Pilates the other week, we had equipment. We have equipment, don't you? And we were doing this sliding leg thing. This is relevant, by the way. Not that you could use this for it. And they were little round discs, and they were designed to slide on the studio floor. But of course, as we're all wanging our legs around on the floor, it's obviously making this like slightly gritty noise, which is sort of making you think, well, what's this doing to the floor? I mean, it wasn't. It was just the noise it made. And so then we were saying, oh, actually, you could just use a duster.
Yeah?
Yeah, microfiber duster or something like that. And we hadn't used these discs for ages. And last week, I knew we were going to do the leg swinging exercise thing. In our pile of equipment by our mats, everyone had a duster. And I'm like, how funny is that? How alternative.
Genius.
Alternative use. So you're going to use this as a little wiggly, dancey fitness thing. Whereas I'd probably... What's that thing?
Lazy Susan.
Lazy Susan. Coming from the other angle there. Anyway. So we've got our shapes, and you're going to do that with the solids as well. And then you're going to have your squares that go in the centre. And then what we're going to do when time appropriate is we're going to sew a block together, which you can see all consists of these, what you call them mitered corners really, aren't they? So angled corners. So our block is going to consist of that. So I did practice on the sewing machine before this morning and it worked okay. I remember to press the right buttons to get the right stitches and things. That was good. So yeah, we can have a bash at that. I can put a block together for you. Okay. If that is a thing. I won't be quite as adept as Fiona on the machine, you know, chatting, talking, making garments. I'm like, oh, sewing. I'm like, oh, no. And also I need to be told if the machine's in the right place.
We'll find it.
We'll find it,
yeah,
okay.
It'll be fine.
So, and I have to do the button.
Polly says it's perfect.
Is it? This is cool, this machine. It's got these flaps and all the buttons, and I can't find the flap now that I used earlier on. So it's all going swimmingly.
What you wanting?
I think it's 46. We'll go with 46. Yeah, it looks right. Okay, so this is cool. So on this particular machine, I know other machines do it as well, it's got a setting, and this is setting number 46, where with the regular piecing foot or regular foot on it, the sewing line is now 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of the foot. Right. And so that makes things, for me, so much easier. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to get the iron on. I have to remember to switch that on. Now, what I will do first is I sew the spool together first. So you're making your spool. One thing you can do, and I don't think we've got any of those sorts of fabrics in those bundles, but if you've got stripy fabric, I think I had a sample. Oh, yes, I'm going to show this. This might not be allowed, but this was, I made this, I think, for the instructions. If you look at this little sample, can you see this stripy fabric in the middle? Yeah. So if you use a stripy, for me, it always seems like the thread on the spool. Yes. Which is sort of quite cute, isn't it? So, anyway.
Yes, nice idea.
So, we're going to sew this together. Now, we're going to put right sides together. We're using 1/4 inch seam allowance. And we're going to sew this square to this narrow top of this shape. Now what you'll notice immediately is that they don't match up because they're not the same shape and they haven't got the same angles. What you need to do is make sure that you have equal amounts. It's very tiny, but it is going to make a difference. It's going to be equal amounts of the square poking out from the sides of the trapezoid. You might be able to see it better this way up because you can sort of see a smidgen of the other colour. Okay, so that's what you want. They're not going to match up. Don't try to match them up because they're not. So we're going to stitch, because it's easier, from the side with the square on, because it's easier to see 1/4 of an inch in from the edge of the square and 1/4 of an inch in at this end without these funny 45-degree angles giving us the heebie-jeebies. So because we're setting in, it means we're not sewing from raw edge to raw edge. So we need to start and stop then 1/4 of an inch in from the edge of that. And you can mark that with a pencil. If you bought the templates this morning, you could use the square and mark that with a dot. I must admit, I tend to do it by eye and with the markings on the machine. So what I will say is I'm using the regular straight flat presser foot on this machine. This machine, or I think it comes with a 1/4 inch piecing foot, but the foot is, they come in 2 types. One's got a black barb by the side of it, and one hasn't. And the one that was here this morning had got a black bar. And that's great for lots of things for your 1/4 inch piecing. But for setting in and these Y seams that we're going to do, it gets in the way. So you need, in effect, the other 1/4 inch foot. Or if your machine does what this one does, then it's just your regular straight foot, because then the bar doesn't get in the way. Right, I've got to find out where the pedal is while I'm up here on my podium. So this is where you see Fiona's professionalism coming in, as I'm like, I think I'm
put
standing
Carolyn
on
on a
one
podium,
leg.
which is special.
I might have set the machine up wrong, but hey ho, and lift the foot.
And do you start right from the edge? You don't start 1/4 inch in?
We're starting and stopping 1/4 inch in.
You are, okay.
Both, yeah, both.
And do you reverse stitch, or do you just do it?
No, we're not reverse stitching. We could, but sometimes when we get to the actual setting in, the little bit of wiggle room that leaving the threads loose gives us is actually our friend.
Okay.
Whereas if we'd reversed or done a locking stitch, although it's minute, it doesn't give the fabric any flexibility, and sometimes you want that. So you're going to do that both ends. So let's pop that together. And if you go too far, like I just have, and you see that one's just gone a bit too far, perhaps. And now, to be honest, I'm not just saying this, but sometimes it's better to go too far than not far enough. Because if you don't go far enough, you're going to end up with a bigger gap. Whereas if you go over, which I probably have by one stitch, which is just so minute, but you'll find this is pretty forgiving, so you shouldn't be nervous about that. So what I'm going to do now is press this, and I'm pressing these open. So I'll just do that here. Also, if you've got a machine that does automatic thread cutting, that's quite nice as well, because you don't get long dangly threads, whereas if this machine does it, in my 5-minute practice, haven't found it.
What machine do you use at home?
At home, I usually use a Juki, not the straight stitch one, but I never know what all the numbers are.
Oh,
you know how you get girls and stitchers in the class who are like, oh, and I've got the F10ZW, and I'm like, okay, that's nice. and I'm just like, I don't know any of that stuff. I just know the one I've got.
Yeah.
And I know I bought that one because I do some dressmaking as well, so it gives me that variety of things. And then for workshops, when I'm out and about, I've got a FAF, a different machine. So.
How many machines have you got? Honestly, how many machines have you got? You can confess here, nobody's watching.
Yeah, no one's listening. You're all going to have a coffee. I've got 3 Singer featherweights.
Have you?
Yeah. And I've got a couple of hand crank. I love hand crank machine. So I'm not sure if they all count. The main ones are my Juki. And I bought a Bernina Mini-Matic because I used to have one at school. And that is like a real workhorse. I just love this really
Never
old.
Used a Bernina.
Well, this is just like an old one from I can remember learning on them when I was at school. And it's like a mustard yellow.
Oh.
You know, it's like, and it weighs a ton, but it's brilliant, it's gorgeous. And then the other one that I use when I teach is I've got a FAF. And some people who've been in classes with me recently know that I've recently treated myself as a grown-up to a new one because I had the most basic one available, and I'd had it for probably 20 years. It didn't have automatic needle up and down. It didn't have a needle threader. It didn't have a thread cutter. And I'd be demoing on this thing with all these other participants with their, all singing, doing all the good stuff. And in the end, I just walked out of one class and just thought, really? Am I not a grown-up? Can I not have one for classes that does stuff? And yeah, just analysed it and went to my local sewing shop and was like, I want this one. He was like, right, do you want to test it? Yes, I will.
And did you feel grown up when you had it?
I did. I did. I went straight home with it, and I got it out, and I thought I need to book on this now before I do the next class, and I don't know what's happening. And I did take my instruction manual to the class in case I didn't know what was happening. Right, so we have got a spool block, but without its innards, without its sides. So we've pressed these seams open, and we've got the little nick, the little insert here bit, the opening, and we're going to add this now. Now we're going to do this with the biggest piece of fabric on top, and that biggest piece of fabric at the moment is our actual spool. And one reason is because we can use this to help us, is that we'll need to be turning in the middle of that open seam. And if that was underneath, I couldn't see it. And because we can, you will get some set-in blocks, like when I do hexagons, sometimes it's on top and sometimes it's underneath. But we're going to use this to make it our friend while we do this, because we can. And it makes it easier for everyone, me included. So pop your trapezoid on top of the one you've stitched, and we're going to be sewing from the raw edge. We can sew from the raw edge this time along, and we're going to pivot in here, and then we're going to leave the needle in, lift the foot and turn everything so that then the top goes along here, and then we're going to go down the other side. So we shall see how that works out. So feel free to chat amongst yourselves.
Can't talk and sew at the same time.
No, I can't. Also, I keep worrying that the foot pedal, because I'm using the foot pedal, and it's on the edge of the podium that I stand on, and I'm thinking I'm going to press too hard and I'll just be falling down the hole.
If you disappear off the edge of the screen,
Debbie will have to come and pull my legs out or something. Rescue
While
me.
you're just doing that, let's have a recap of the bundles. For the blue, we've got more people in baskets than we have available. So if you want it, you know what to do. So this is what, there is another metre of another fabric in this one as well. So it's £89.99, you've got a £10 saving of the usual price. And we've got 3 split payments, so split the cost into thirds. That might be helpful if it's not payday yet. So you only pay a third of the cost right now, and that includes all of your instructions as well. So that is a great deal, and that's the option that Carolyn's using at the moment. The pink's been really popular. Oh, there you go. So that's what it looks like in the blue. Carolyn, no, let's put the blue on there.
Oh, I nearly missed it. Look, I'm nearly done as well. In fact, I feel so good that you guys might be able to watch me do the second one.
The pink option, again, including all of your instructions. There's a metre and a metre and a metre and a half and a metre and 2.5 metres of all of those fabrics. For, again, your £8.99, another £10 saving for you there. If you would prefer a Liberty option, we have Liberty. So all of those, metre of each, or 1.5 of that blue, metre, 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 2.5. And this one we put on a 5-way split pay. So £104.99 if you want to go for it all together. Right now, if you go for split pay, it's only just over £20. £20.99 if you want to go for that one. That one's not in there, is it? There you go, you get those. Don't know where that came from. The pattern on its own. Lots of viewing baskets for this one. Oh, I'm so glad you love this. I adore it. At £9.99, and it is something that you can use with your fabric strip rolls as well. But it's a beautiful scrappy type of pattern there. So that's £9.99. And then, oh, we've got a digital version of that as well, so you can download that and get going today. Let us know if you're doing that, by the way. If you like the idea of doing it scrappy, we've got the little scrappy, there's lots of scraps. We have put together, there's no instructions with this, it's just a fabric bundle, but we've put these together because it's got sewing themed notions on there as well. I love that fabric. And we're going to crash the price. So it should be £14.99. And there's half a metre of each of those, and it's going down to £11.99 for that one. 11.99. So just to add to your stash, no instructions or anything with that one. We just thought we'd give you a nice affordable little bundle of fabric. So that's the Jade and Duck Egg. And then we've got a few of these, haven't we? Do you want to do that one? Because it's the same fabric but different colours.
But that Jade and Duck Egg one that you just shown, that would go really well with this, wouldn't it?
It would,
so
actually,
you can mix
wouldn't
it in and then you can make it even more scrappy.
Yeah.
Because I'd have a tendency to keep the solids as backgrounds. Then you get different background solids and
That's
you've got
a
your
nice idea.
spool and you've...
You're doing such a good job of selling our fabric.
I know, I mean, they didn't send me those ones, did they? I'm like, oh, look at that.
So this one, same deal, 1/2 metre of each of those. And £11.99, we're going to match the price on that one as well. And then we've got pinks. So sewing themed again, but a different collection for you this time. 1.5 metres, £14.99. I don't think so. £12.99. We can take a couple of pounds off that one for you as well. And that's a bit of Riley Blake for you there. There you go. And have we got another one? Oh, yeah, here we go. That one, 1/2 metre, 1/2 metre, and 1/2 metre. And that's a Dan Morris. So we can go down to £11.99 for that section as well. So again, no instructions with these. It's just a nice little bit of fabric to add to your stash, no matter what you're making. Right. How are you getting on then?
Well, I'm happy to say that I'm going to press this now. So we've stitched it. I've turned around the corners. I think now I'm brave that you can watch me next time because I've got to do the other handle letters. You can watch me. But I'm going to press this first because we're going to press them both exactly the same. Now, when I press these, it doesn't worry me whether this background fabric, I call it background, is light or dark. Okay, I will always press for these blocks towards the spool.
Right.
Because it's really fractionally minute, but if you do that, basically the spool block tends to stand slightly proud as opposed to recede. And it's just like a bit of a nerdy thing. And then it's really not going to matter which way you know, if you're really thinking, oh no, I'm not. The other reason why I do it is because if you do it that way, this presses completely flat and you haven't got any bulky bits at the corners.
It looks like it wants to be pressed that way, doesn't it?
So I've always gone with it. It hasn't worried me whether it's dark, light, whatever. But it does do that thing about, you know, making the block stand slightly proud, the spools. So that's it, pressed and smart. And then you've got, just really flat. It just gives a really nice crisp finish. And so now I'm going to do the other one. Obviously, you can wait and press all yours at the end, or if you're chain piecing, just do loads, then snip them and then press. Right, so remember, so now we're doing the mitre, the setting in. We can start right at the edge on this now because these blocks are going to be solid on all the corners. They haven't got any more setting in to do. So we can start right on the raw edge and 1/4 inch seam allowance, remember. And we're working towards the middle of that pressed open seam. So if you've got your machine set so that it always stops with the needle down, that's a real bonus. Because on my old faff, I used to have to wind the winder next to it, but now I don't because I have a new machine. And like this machine, it'll stay down. So I'm 1 stitch off, there you go. And now we're going to lift the foot and you pivot so you can just pull that round and that will bring the straight side of that square in the middle of the spool block along to the top this side on here. Now, if you've got a bigger gap where we've done that pivoting because the seam's pressed open, what you need to do, if you're conscious of that, or if you find out after you've stitched it, if that's not going to happen again, you don't want it to, just push the fabric at this point back so you can touch the needle. because sometimes it's quite unconscious, but when you pivot this, you tend to pull things. And it's not necessarily a conscious thing, it's just what happens. So if you're conscious of that or worried about it, just make sure that the edge of the fabric fold is right next to that needle, because then that's where it's going to start stitching. And you can stitch now across to the top here. And again, we're looking for the middle of that open, pressed open seam. And there we are. Up, pivot. I mean, when the needle's down, you can do whatever you want with this. It's not going to make any difference because that needle's acting as an anchor. So don't be sort of frightened of it. It's when you forget to leave the needle down and you do that, you come a cropper. And again, pivot, you've got your raw edges lined up here, ready to sew. And just so that you don't get any pleats or tucks, you can always just give it a little tug to flatten it out at the end. Because sometimes when you pivot, you get all excited and you've pivoted and it's correct here, but you've got all this here. And that's when you're going to get little tucks or creases or bits you don't want. So basically, if you pull it round, so it's nice and smooth, then you'll be fine. Remember to put the foot down. And here we go. Off to the end, and we're finished.
So we've only got a minute or so left.
Oh, have we? Oh, quick, look, it's good, I've finished. I thought I was like trying to hang it out. No, it's all good.
If anybody's visiting festival, where are they going to find you?
Oh, I'm stewarding this afternoon.
How are you?
Don't touch the quilts. My moment, it's my moment. Yeah, I'm stewarding this afternoon. I'm stewarding tomorrow between 11:30 and 3:30. In the morning and the afternoon, I'll be wandering, shopping, looking at quilts, really nice gallery quilts and stuff, old quilts. Everyone's entered quilts. I entered a quilt this year, so I'll be looking at my quilt. On Saturday and Sunday, on Saturday morning, I think I'm on the Orifil booth at 10 o'clock for an hour for some stitching and chatting with anyone and everyone. And then that day and Sunday, I'm at Lady So-and-so doing book signings.
Oh, nice.
So if you come and see me there, we can chat quilts. And if you've made any blocks, you can come and show me. So yeah, it's good. Thank you.
That block's finished. How many more do we need to make for the quilt?
Oh, hundreds. No, I think it was 9. Is it 9 across? 81.
81 altogether.
But you know, all that's a pin cushion or a coaster.
Yes, of course. Yes. Oh, I've had a lovely couple of shows. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Debbie. Thank you.
Nice to see you again soon. I'm at festival tomorrow. So
I should come and say hello.
Yeah. Hello. Okay. Let me just give the details of the quilt pattern on its own. £9.99. Lots of you there. It's such a beautiful pattern, no matter what colourways you're going to go for, or what size you're going to make it. You don't have to make the whole 81 blocks. If you wanted to make something small, just use one. As Carolyn said, make a pincushion. So that's £9.99. We do have physical and digital. There are no pattern pieces to print out, so you can download this onto your PC, your smartphone or anything. If you want to get going this afternoon, then you can do. And that, again, is £9.99. And there's your item number on the screen right now.
They could, if they didn't want to make so many blocks, alternate them with just 6.5-inch cut blocks.
Oh, OK. So finished square of this wall, 6.5, and then 6.5
inch. Yeah, half the work.
Brilliant. Great idea. Thank you. There you go now.
Yeah, bye. Bye, I'm going now. I'm done.
Yeah, go to work now.
Yeah, go to work, yeah. Don't touch the quilts. That's my moment. Don't touch the quilts.
She's going to be walking around the NEC with a megaphone this afternoon.
I am in my sash.
Right, so we've got Fiona back again in the next show, and it's all about that brand new blouse, which is a really lovely top. So do stay with us for the next hour, and we'll see you again in a couple of minutes' time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet.
We have got our very own quilt festival happening here at SewingStreet. For a full 9 days, we have got everything you need to know about the quilt world. We are welcoming Robin Long from America, fabric designer Deb Strain, also from America, and renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us from Australia. You will also see expert demonstrations from Angie Atwood with Westerly rulers. Discover 12 brand new quilt projects from beginner-friendly makes right through to advanced designs. So join us for SewingStreet's very own quilt festival, 9 days of gorgeousness.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
World-renowned quilt designer Jen Kingwell, who we love, is joining us for SewingStreet's Quilt Festival to launch her stunning collection and quilt kits. Join Jen Kingwell on Monday the 3rd of August on SewingStreet.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Come and join us every morning at 7 a.m. on our webpage before we go live on the show. So make sure you log on to our website and go to the Watch Live page. At 7 a.m. each morning, you will see a selection of products, all with a special deal, which will be available for that hour only. And this will, of course, be included in your 1p&p each day. Enjoy an extra special early morning treat every day from 7 a.m. on SewingStreet.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Hi everybody, it's Stuart Hillard here. If you're visiting the Festival of Quilts this year and you're coming on the Saturday, I would love it if you could join me for my talk at 9:30 in the Concourse Theatre. It's called Behind the Seams, and I'm going to be giving you a very humorous look at my sewing life and journey, TV, books, all that stuff, the sewing bee as well, and tell you all the inside stuff. Now, the talk is completely free. It doesn't cost a penny, but you do need to book your ticket in advance. So go to the website www.thefestivalofquilts.co.uk and book your tickets for Behind the Seams with Stuart Hillard on Saturday. See you there.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Join us in store for the Crafter's Companion in Evesham. You'll be able to shop dedicated collections from SewingStreet, Jewellery Maker and selected brands featured across Hobby Maker, all under one roof. Why not make a day of it? With a coffee shop on site, you can relax, browse and enjoy everything the store has to offer, and incredible prices on the products you love. Whether you love sewing, jewellery making or papercraft, there's something waiting for you at Crafter's Companion Evesham. We can't wait to see you there.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the SewingStreet website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with SewingStreet.
Hello, it's the last hour. Today's gone so quickly. And we've got something brand new for you as well. This is a brand new pattern from Fiona. It's this top, and it is just gorgeous, really pretty. And it's level easy. I like to see that as well. Well, I don't know if you've already got yours. It's been very busy for this before we even came to you. So again, £17.99. And I think it's a really flattering. It says easy to make, Fiona. Is it easy to make? Because it's got double sleeves on here, look.
It's all in the cutting, Debbie.
Is it?
It's like a horseshoe, and so when you straighten it out, it just flows. It's a flutter sleeve, that's what they call it, which I think is a lovely word.
Yes.
Because when you have a little gust of wind, it does flutter around, and it's rather nice. So I think it would be lovely on holiday. If you're on a cruise, you could stand on the deck, couldn't you, and be like Titanic lady, Kate Winslet. So
And is it just to slip over your head?
No, it's got a little button and loop back neck opening, like a keyhole opening. And I hope you note that also it's got a very lovely self-covered button there.
Yes, that's so
I'm glad you noticed that, Debbie.
I did notice.
I did, I'm sure you did, but I just want to point out these little details, which I think are... Because the thing about the viscose fabric, finer fabrics, is it's quite easy to cover a button. And who doesn't love a matching button, you know, so...
But it does have darts. Has it got darts on all sizes?
It's got darts on all sizes. I'll explain to you a little bit about the dart as well. It's slightly different to normal standard patterns.
Yeah.
It's also quite long. Now, I did question whether I should shorten it or not, but actually then I thought you can tuck it in, which is nice.
Yeah.
You could tuck it into a skirt or trousers, or you can wear it with the little, I call it a shoestring belt, tie belt, and I think it looks really feminine. I mean, when you put this on, it's like you feel like a woman. You feel, you know, you just feel...
We should write a song about that, shouldn't we?
Yeah. I should expect that
But
next time.
I think it's very feminine, but without being overtly fussy. if
Yes,
you know what I mean.
yes,
So
that's right.
it's classy rather than girly.
I think it's quite classy.
yeah.
Yeah. Or classy.
And
yeah.
fabric-wise, this is viscose, isn't it?
So a viscose challis is perfect The one I'm demonstrating in is slightly heavier. It's a viscose linen. Now, it's got a lovely drape to it. It's just got slightly bit more weight than the viscose challis. I have to say it's probably easier to work with than a viscose challis, which can move around quite a bit when you're cutting it. Now, there are little few tips, like lay a cloth down underneath your fabric to stop it moving around. I always, if you're not putting it on a cloth, just take really small snips with your scissors. Don't get the whole scissor in. Just snip it at the very tips of your scissors, so that it doesn't slip around too much.
I find if I'm cutting viscose, because it can be a little bit like sewing a liquid. It's a very fluid fabric.
Yes.
But for cutting out, I like to use a rotary cutter.
A
if
rotary
you're confident
cutter
in
is good.
cutting freehand with obviously straight lines you can cut with a ruler.
Yes.
But then it keeps everything flat on the table.
Absolutely.
Because with scissors, no matter what you cut with scissors, you're lifting the fabric as you cut.
Yes.
So I find that a lot.
Yes, I mean, I think with your dressmaking, you do need quite a large cutting mat.
Yes.
Not everybody has that. So, if you've got a rotary cutter and a large mat, then feel free to do that. Maybe it's probably, a good idea for the sleeves, because those are on a curve. I like to...
So it's a fabric that is worth persevering with, because when you wear it,
it's great.
It feels so cool next to your skin.
It
is like a second skin. And the drape on it is beautiful. And it's really flattering. And of course, viscose is a semi-synthetic fabric, so it's breathable. It's got the same kind of benefits as cotton.
Yes, that's
so for this weather, it's the perfect fabric to wear.
And I have to say, it irons beautifully. I mean, it's a pleasure to iron. It will crease a bit. If you scrunch it up and put it in your suitcase, you could possibly hang it up in the shower. Might drop out easily. But if you press it, it's not like linen where it's you have to have tons of steam, and it's a really beautiful fabric. You could just steam it actually, and it would just fall out. So I mean, I think that the sort of patterns you get in viscose challis are quite nice as well. So you've got quite a lot of variety, and we've got very nice wide width as well. Most viscoses are wide width fabric.
Well, we do have fabrics to show you. Your sizes are 8 through to 22. It's really, really busy for this one, so please don't go through to check out. Hannah, I'm assuming we've got the sizes on the website again, have we? So your size, just go by your size, not your dress size. So if you normally wear a dress size 10, 12, whatever, look at the measurements and make sure your measurements are the same, not the actual dress size. And your fabric requirements are on the website as well. So have a look on SewingStreet.com for all of those details. But please do go through to check out. So well done if you've got yours already, because a quarter of the stock sold out.
Debbie, can I just have a little quick word about sizing?
Yeah, sure.
If you're a bit pear-shaped, we all have our funny shapes, aren't we? But you can literally extend from one size to another. So if you're sort of slightly more hippie, you need a different size for the top to the bottom, you can extend the sizes and just grade the pattern out from one to the other. It's quite easy. And that's the beauty of dressmaking, isn't it? You don't want it too tight on your hip. You want to have a bit of ease. I always say pinch an inch, but with this one, maybe pinch a half inch. Just so
that'd make it more of a tunic shape as well, wouldn't it? Maybe if you just wanted to change up the style a little bit.
Yes, you could, make it a bit more A-line.
This is one of the viscoses that we have for you. I love this. Half of the stock of this one sold out already. Again, it's the viscose, so you've got the drape, you've got the fluidity, and this is very summery, but without being like the big bold colours. You've got enough in this bundle, so this is already pre-cut to 2 metres, and you've got enough in here to make the largest size. So it doesn't matter which size you go for, you've got enough here to be able to make it. But just look at the way that just drapes, and it feels cool to touch. It's just the most wonderful fabric to wear. So £14, that's a good price. £14.99 for 2 metres of that, and I think it's 140 wide. Think it, 140 centimetres wide. And 100% rayon, which is viscose. Same thing, isn't it? Okay, so that's that one. That is your water lily flowers fabric.
You will have a little bit, if you sew the largest size in that, you'll have 30 centimetres, 30 or 40 centimetres left over. So you could use it as a lining for a nice bag, couldn't you? Or a scarf or something like that.
You could make a scarf to go with your jacket.
You could.
From the previous show. Yeah. Okay. This is small floral, which is also the rayon viscose type fabric. This is a pretty one. Bit more vintage looking, this one, isn't it? And once again at £14.99, you've got a great price there. And that again is a 2 metre bundle. Yeah, the only downside is if your stickers don't stick to it, you see. Okay, £14.99 for that one. That's another Little Johnny. I've just read the details and my eyesight's not that good. And I saw Little Johnny blooming fabric. That blooming fabric.
That made me laugh as well when I saw it on the selvage of this fabric. Is that a linen then? Is that one? Is that the same as this?
No, this is the...
That's the viscose.
Viscose.
It almost looks like Liberty, that one, doesn't it?
It does a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does a little bit.
Not Liberty Price, though.
Oh, no. This is the fabric that Fiona's going to be using. So a little bit heavier for this one.
It's got a direction, that one, as well. You don't want your birds upside down with that, so just be careful with that. Just follow the lay plan.
So it's a little bit more, I was going to say canvasy, but that makes it sound really linen-y. It's a little bit linen-y, but it doesn't crease anywhere near as much as linen would do. But actually, that's part of the nature, isn't it? So 30% linen, 70% viscose on this one. At £22.99, again, that is for your 2 metre bundle. So it just drape really nicely. It's not stiff at all.
I think with the heavier weight as well, you could possibly make a skirt to match your top.
Oh, that's
so it would look like a dress, but it separates.
Yeah, that's lovely.
You know, I think the viscose challis might be a little bit thin, but definitely you could make a two-piece with the Dotty skirt that we're going to have as well on the show.
Lovely. Okay, and let's just have a quick look at this one. Excuse me. So this is another linen viscose mix. I like that. I'd use that for homewares. I think that'd make a lovely Roman blind. It's right kind of weight as well. So same composition. You've got 70% viscose and 30% linen in that one. You can see the slub on this one as well. So it really does have a linen kind of look to it.
To me, that looks very Italian, that one. The colours, doesn't it? Very Milan.
Yes. Very designer looking. And the skirt, I think, would look lovely made out of that one as well. We do have the skirt pattern. Would that take... Would 2 metres make the skirt?
Would 2 metres make the skirt? Let's have a look. Well, it would if you were up to 12, but when you go, is it 140 wide? Yes, it is, isn't it? So from 14 up to 22, you need 2.3.
But we do have it by the half metre as well. So the 2 metre bundle details on your screen at £16.95. Have a look on. Oh, is that? Oh, sorry, that's the pattern for the skirt. Oh. Getting ahead of myself. This is the skirt that we're talking about, which is the one behind me here. It was originally demoed on the 12th of March last year. So if you want to have a look at YouTube and go back, you'll see the demo there as well. We just thought it worked really well with the top and with some of the fabrics that we've got here as well. So 2.5 metres for the largest size. You go by the half metre. If you want to go for the 2 metre bundle, then that's a great offer for you as well. That'll be fine for the smaller sizes. Okay, we'll have a look at that later.
I think that would be gorgeous at a, you know, for a wedding or something.
Yes, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't been to a good wedding for a long time.
I'm waiting for mine to announce.
I don't know where we're going. Wasn't that? Oh, this one. Wasn't listening, Hannah. Sorry. So this is the last of the bundles that we have for you, and this is the pink flowers. This is another linen mix, so the same weight as the last two that you've just seen, and that again is £22.99. I want to go for that one, and it's 140 wide again. That's got a nice drape. Back to your brand new pattern for today though. So this is the Paloma top. Lots of you got this already. Well done to you. Can't wait to see what you make with it. £17.99 for your pattern, sizes 8 through to 22. Right, what would you like to show us then?
Well, I'm going to see if I can get pretty much a made top. That would be a first. I've done a few things beforehand just to save a few stages. The first thing that I do is sew the back pieces together. You've got a notch on the keyhole opening, the opening at the top edge. So just sew from that notch all the way down to the bottom. And then you press. I finished my edges beforehand, which just allows you to be able to press your seam open. Now, if you want to if you've got viscose challis, it might be better to sew them together, finish the edges together and nick it at the top edge and press them to one side, simply because they might be just a little bit, the fabric's a little bit too thin to finish the edges separately. But, you know,
do you pre-wash your fabrics?
Do you know, viscose, I don't tend to. I think maybe with a bit of linen or cotton, I definitely would. Would you pre-wash a
I don't tend to. If I'm really concerned, I'll stick the fabric in the tumble dryer, dry for a little while, or just blast it with hot steam, because I don't know whether it works or not. But in my head, then that's the equivalent of washing it.
I think it depends on the type of fabric, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, with the top edge, I finished the edges here, but actually what we're going to do is just turn under. You don't really need to finish the top edge there, because those are going to be turned under. Sometimes I like to overlock it first, because it just gives you a little bit of a solid edge to turn under, and it just makes it a bit easier. So, and I'm just going to press it down, but I'm not going to sew it at this stage, because we need it open for putting in our little rouleau. What's the rouleau thing?
Your rouleau thing.
The rouleau thing. Talking of which, let's move on to the rouleau. Now, I love making a rouleau. Some people sort of find them a bit fiddly, but once you've done one well, you kind of, you know, you're a little bit obsessed. Now, I've made it a nice big long piece, because you can always trim it down, and it just makes it easier to manage. If you've got a really fiddly little bit, you sort of get all a bit fingers and thumbs, don't you? So I'm folding it in half. And now this rouleau piece has been cut on the diagonal. There's a diagonal arrow on the pattern piece. So, and if you see the lay plans, you want to make sure that it's cut so that it's like that, at a diagonal grain. Now, why would you do that? Because it just gives it that little bit of give. Because diagonal fabrics, cut fabrics, have more stretch. Now, I've just done one a little bit, got one going a little bit earlier. I've sewn down, what you do is you sew down one edge 1 centimetre. Now, one little tip I do is to leave the opening at once, because you've got quite a bit more than you need, you can afford to do this, where you make the side that you're going to start turning it much wider than the rest of it. So it's almost like a funnel, do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So that, leave a long end, tie it onto a blunt-ended needle, or you can use a loop turner to bring it through. And then, because you've got that funneled edge, it makes it much easier to turn through.
That's such a good tip. I haven't heard of that one
Thumbs
before.
up. Yeah, we like that one, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good tip. I just stumbled on it one day. I just thought, why am I making the end so tight, you know, so small? I don't need it, because that's going to come off. Anyway, so once you've fed through those threads, now there are some little gadgets out there, aren't there, as well, for turning loops inside out. But this is for where you don't have any equipment or anything. You just need some threads and a needle, feed it through, out the other end, and then you just pull. And then, I mean, the satisfaction you get from this is guaranteed, isn't it? It's like, Oh, that's what we do sewing for, isn't it? Those moments. Now, find your scissors, trim off the ends, and then I just like to give that a little press because it's, you know, pressing is everything, isn't it, with sewing? It just makes a nice finish. Now we're going to just put that to one side for later. And let me just put that somewhere safe because it always goes astray. I get people as well who contact me saying, I've lost my rouleau template, can you? So I just have to send them some measurements. Anyway, now we're going to come to the facing now. Now you can see that I've put some lightweight interfacing, fusible interfacing on the back. Don't use anything heavy because, especially with viscose jelly, you don't want it too rigid here. And then I have joined it together. Now you've got a straight side and a slanted side to the back, and you join the slanted sides at one end and then the other one at the other end. So I'm just going to sew that one there. Now it's also a little bit like Caroline's quilting, where you've got a little bit more, if you just match it up on this side, it's, you know, once you start sewing, you're going to match up to that edge there. So that makes it seamless. You don't want it going at a stagger.
That happens with a lot of patterns, you know, that the seam doesn't match, the edges of the pattern match up, but the seam doesn't match up.
Yes.
Quite frustrating.
It is, yes, yes. So just make sure that you line it up properly.
5/8 seam allowance?
No, it's a 1 centimetre with this one.
Okay.
If you would prefer, you know, 1.5, just cut a little bit further, like half an inch, half a centimetre away. But you could make this on an overlocker. So I think having a 1 centimetre is sort of quite advantageous for that.
So you can make the whole thing, not the rouleau, but you could piece the whole thing together on your overlocker.
Yeah, I think you
instead
could,
of
yes, yes.
That makes it even quicker, doesn't it?
Yes. And then just trim it down. Now, you can see that I have finished, and let me just press that one open. Now, if you've got an overlocker, I would say with viscose, it's perfect because, you know, it can fray and a zigzag doesn't always work. But if you haven't, what you can do is you zigzag the edge. I mean, I've just overlocked this edge. If you've got an overlocker, you can overlock it. But if you haven't, you can just turn under a minimum hem there and then press it and stitch that down. So I'm going to, I mean, I'm quite a bit of a lazy sewer and I just leave that like it is. But I think if I really wanted a nicer finish, I would press that over and stitch it down just with a straight stitch. You know, you could just lengthen your stitch length up a bit. So there's your facing, all ready to go.
I think it's worth investing in an overlocker if you are planning on doing a lot of dressmaking. Because it does give your seams a more professional finish. It also helps them to last longer after things have been washed and keeps everything nice and tidy.
It does.
And it's quick. It's quicker than your sewing machine to sew.
It
and
is.
if you're sewing jersey fabrics, of course,
Jersey,
you've got to have an overlocker if you're
it gives
sewing
you that sort of stretchy seam, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There's another advantage, which we'll be coming up to. We're talking about it in a minute.
Okay.
The rolled hem.
Oh, yes.
Have you used the roll hem? I am obsessed with a roll hem. Once you do it, you will roll hem everything. Oh dear. Anyway, I did really enjoy doing it. But anyway, we're just going to do dots first of all. So here's the dot. No, I don't know if I've got the template here, but the template comes and it's got a little cutout V at the side and then a dotted line that corresponds with the cutout V. And the dotted line is the stitch line. I think it is marked on the template. And so it's a, no, I haven't got it here. So what I tend to do is to transfer that stitch line to the fabric. Oh, right. Just pull that back.
Oh, the hook's fallen off.
I think the hook's fallen off. It's all this hot temperature, isn't it? It makes everything not sticky anymore. So I've transferred the, so I put a little notch on the side seam, and then I put some tailor's tacks here at the very tip of the dart. And you're doing that when the pattern piece has been folded. So once it's folded like that, if I take those out, you'll see. You've got 2 notches either side of the stitch line, and one, so it's just some little loops, and you snip them, separate them out, and then you're transferring that point line, that point to both sides at the same place. So it's really good technique to use. Then you fold it over so that when you pin it, it's sort of, you know, it's the same both sides. And then we're going to sew along the stitch line we're going to do a back stitch at the edge, and then just leave long thread ends at the end. I'm just going to take those out, because if you stitch them in, it's very hard to get them out. So always start at the edge of the fabric, the side edge, and then back stitch. You've just got an ordinary stitch length, this is standard, and then run your stitches off the edge of at the point end. Now don't use your cutter if you've got one, just lift your needle up and then pull your threads and leave a thread end like so. And then what we do is separate them out and tie those together. And that will make them nice, that point nice and tight and no nubs. And then we're going to just do the same to the other one. Now don't do as I do and put the pins on the wrong side, because you want them on the top. You want the fold on the inside of the machine. And then again, forward and backwards. And a dart just gives a lovely shape to the bust line. And it's, you know, this is not a fitted top. It's quite a, you know, it's got a bit of ease, but that bust line just allows. Now, if you want to make your bust, if your dart is not big enough for your needs, there is a little tutorial on my website about bust adjustment. Okay. So, you know, check, you know, the YouTube as well is quite good for finding little videos, but I've just got like a little tutorial on there. So we're taking off the pins and then trim off any ends, and then we're going to press the dart downwards like so. So over to the ironing board.
I was asking Carolyn earlier what her sewing room was like. What's your sewing room like? What's the area like that you sew in?
Heaven, heaven. It's in the garden.
Oh, really?
I overlook.
You've got a she shed?
I've got a she shed. Purpose built, triple insulated.
Oh, lovely.
I can while away hours in there. Yes, love it, love it.
And are you tidy and organised?
I am, until I become messy. And then I mean, all the thread ends and everything go on the floor. Yeah. And then to get the hoover out to clean up is a bit of an ordeal because it's quite heavy. So I tend to sweep up, but it never really gets done. So yeah, I mean, I kind of have a blitz every sort of once in a while, give it a deep clean. But the rest of the time, my husband will be laughing now. I can hear him. He'll be laughing. He's out in the back, listening to this, going, yeah. Now, we're going to join the front to the back at the shoulder edges. So here we go. I don't know how, I think I might just see if I can do one side only, and then, no, I probably need to put the whole thing on, don't I? So let's do the other one too. So again, match the outer edge of this shoulder edge, and then it's slightly curved there, so, and then we're going to just sew along there, and then finish the edge, finish the raw edges together.
So do you buy fabric for a specific project, or have you got drawers full of the stuff?
Not drawers, bags.
IKEA bags again.
I tend to sort of I sort of think, oh yes, that would be nice. That bright green jumbo cord for a jacket would look lovely. And then it just never really gets, it happens because I'm busy doing something else. So it sits there. But then I might sort of like think, oh, what could I make this top out of? And then I find something in there that I'd forgotten about. So it's quite good to have a stash. It probably will get eventually, used, but it might take a few years. Have you got a big stash?
No, I don't actually.
No?
Because I've got a shop anyway, so I have a stash, but it's not in my home.
Right.
But I will get fabric to make the project that I want to. I do keep
yes,
plain stripes and ginghams because I've got a thing about gingham at the moment.
Yes, gingham's
so I've always got something to coordinate with whatever I'm using. But I tend to just get the fabric, make the project, move on.
Yes. I mean, this fabric, I spotted it online because I love that sort of retro, abstract, painterly. I love that. And I just thought, right, I'm going to have... So I very much bought that for a project. So, but that's not always the case. So it's a bit of both, really. I mean, when we're doing shows, I like to go around and, pick up stuff from, the fabric sellers. And a lot of them are very sweet. They sort of give me stuff and then I make up things, and then the next show it's suspended from their stand. So, they're quite pleased with that. So, it's a kind of two-way thing with fabric companies, really. We did produce our own fabric for a while. In fact, that green one is our fabric. Right, now I've top stitched those shoulder seams, and now I'm going to I'll just do one side. How am I doing for time? I want to get these sleeves. So I'm now going to sew the side seam together.
Make it in the day and wear it in the evening top, this, isn't it?
Pardon?
It's a make it in the day and wear it in the evening top.
Do you know, I've knocked this one up in the afternoon.
Really?
So yeah, it's quite a quick make. Yes, it's really nice, and it's really fun to make as well. Really enjoyable. So which is always good. And I kind of like testing out new patterns. If it's something that I don't want to take off, then I know it's a good one.
While you're just finishing up, I need to give you a recap of the pattern while we've still got some. Brand new from Fiona for you. It's a Paloma top, it's £17.99 and comes in sizes 8 through to 22. Have a look on the website for your exact size measurements and fabric that you need for it as well. But you can see the shape of the top. It's so feminine, but without being girly fussy, if that makes sense. And it's an elegant top, and I think depending on the print of the fabric that you're using, this could take you through from daytime to evening. So even on special occasions as well. And if you do have extra fabric or want to go for more and make a skirt out of the same fabric, I just think that would look absolutely fabulous. The fabric that Fiona's using is our linen viscose, so 30% linen, 70% viscose. So it's a slightly heavier weight than the viscose challis. that the red top was made out of that's on the cover, the one that's behind me, but it's still got a really nice drape, and it's lightweight and it's breathable and it's cool, so it's perfect for this time of year. Actually, this weight you could probably take through to autumn winter time as well. So that's a bundle that we've put together for you. It is a pre-cut 2-metre piece, 140 centimetres wide, and it's £22.99, but over half of the stock has sold out. This one I love. We are down to single figures with this one. This is a viscose challis, so it does have that beautiful fluid drape, and it just feels so cool to touch. Imagine what that's going to be like when you're wearing it, and it's just really flattering. I think if you're quite new to sewing, go for a print, because it's a lot more forgiving on your stitches and your seams than if you're sewing a plain fabric. This is £14. Look at that. It wafts. £14.99 for a 2-metre piece, which is an amazing price. It is directional, so let's get that the right way around. There you go. And it's quite exotic in its print. So that's the light turquoise water lily flowers fabric at just £14.99 for 2 metres. Fantastic value. I like them. I've got a top made out of that one. Pattern details on your screen now. Again, £17.99 for the Paloma top. You want to go for that. Half the stock sold out, and you've all checked out of that one. Brand new for you today. How are you getting on in?
So I'm on to sleeves now.
Okay.
Very exciting. Can you see? I've got 2 sleeve pieces. I've got an under sleeve and a top sleeve. That's what they're called. And they're 2 pieces. One is smaller than the other. And each piece, so you cut 2 of each, obviously, for one each side. And if you just be careful to mark on the back, I've put with tailor's chalk, but you could put just a piece of masking tape with front on both sides. You don't need to mark back, because you know if front's front, then back's back then, isn't it? Yeah. And then you've also got a notch right in the middle, which is not halfway. So just be careful with that. Now your edging, this one I've done with a rolled hem technique on the overlocker. Now it involves a bit of organisation where you have to remove one of the needles, you have to adjust the tension, and you have to set the settings to R. Now consult your manual. However, I have put a little link to a YouTube video on my website page, which is the Paloma top page on my website. And then, but be careful, because your machine might be slightly different. It was for a standard Janome, so it might be different on your machine. But it's not that difficult to set up. And once you do it, it's this absolutely adorable, tiny little rolled hem. And it's quite good to pick out one of the colours. I've sort of gone darker on this, just to accentuate. This one I've gone lighter, just to accentuate the edge. Because
it's like an outline to it, doesn't it?
It's like an outline, yes. Now, if you don't have an overlocker, what you could do is just zigzag the edge and just turn under a little edge, tiny hem.
A lot of sewing machines will have a rolled hem foot that you could use.
They do. Some machines come with them, or you can buy them in. Not always that easy to do on a curved hem, a curved edge. But I have put a little tutorial for using a rolled hem foot on my website too, as well as, and I'm not going to demonstrate it here because I haven't got really much time left, the paper method. Have you done this before?
I've not done that before.
Oh, this is really good. It's very good for narrow hems. So what you're doing is you're sewing your sleeve onto paper, and then you trim it down to the edge like so, and then you turn that under, because it's paper, it's really easy, and then you get your hem that you want, so literally a 1/4 inch, give that a press, so turn the whole thing over, press it and top stitch it on, and then you just pull your paper off because it's perforated. Now it's not been stitched down, so it hasn't done it, but that is quite a good technique for this particular sleeve piece, which is on a curve.
Fabulous.
So if you haven't got an overlocker, there's a DVD, there's a YouTube video, YouTube video link on my website for that as well. So once you've got your 2 sleeve pieces, am I all right? I'm sort of, yeah.
Yep.
Put one on top of the other with the right side facing up, and then just machine tack within the seam allowance along the inner curved edge. So it's literally about 1/4 of an inch away. You don't really want it to show. So it's, and you know, you don't need to extend the stitch length. It's just going to sit within the seam allowance. But it just holds those 2 sleeves together. And then just make sure your edges are all lined up, like so, and around we go. And you just do that with the other one as well. Once you do that, locate your front. There's my front there, and that's my back. And then make sure that you're lining it up to the right sleeve. So I've just worked out that that's the one. So pop it in. And then you want to match the right sides together. And you want to line the, hang on from that one. So you want to line the centre notch to the shoulder seam. So there we go. There's the shoulder seam, there's the centre notch of the sleeve, and then you just pin that in, and it fits like a dream. And there is a little overlap on the underarm, so you just put one on top of the other, and that just that just sits like that, and it's all finished edge, so it doesn't, you know, it all sits nicely.
We didn't have overlockers when I learnt to sew when I was younger. I don't know how long they've actually been around for domestic use.
Yeah.
My mum was a dressmaker, but she never had an overlocker, so I just don't think I don't know what we did.
No.
We finished seams in those days.
Yeah.
That was in the 1800s.
They were they were busy kind of rolling, winding with one. How did they do that? Wind and sew. It's amazing.
We didn't have one, but one of my aunts had a treadle machine, and I can remember when I was little, not sewing on it, but just sitting there rocking, because it was just such a soothing motion.
As my mum says, our generation were built of stronger stuff. I just go, yeah.
It's very different now, though, isn't it? I do a Facebook Live a couple of times a week, and invariably we get talking to back in the day. We had school uniforms were bought once a year, too big, so they'd last you for 2 years. Going out clothes, you had a best outfit.
Yes.
And your best outfit was what you wore at Sunday school, weddings. You had one outfit that you had for that till you grew out of it.
Yes.
Play outfits were old best outfits that were worn out.
Yes.
But you'd have your new outfits for Christmas, not school, but new outfits were like Christmas and birthday presents. Not like now, where every time you go out you want something new to wear or have a whole collection of things. And we didn't. This isn't as bad as it sounds. We didn't wash everything every time we wore it. We washed things when they got dirty. So we didn't have the washing machine on the go every single day like a lot of people do now. I was talking to my son about this a few months ago, because he was saying it's ultimate. I take my clothes off when I get home from work and I put them in the washing basket.
That's
but
right.
We didn't used to do that. We
no,
checked if they were dirty or not.
We didn't. Or my mum would get the sponge out and sort of sponge down any sort of stains. Yeah. She'll be watching. She'll be going, oh yeah. Now I've pinned it on. You might want to hand tack it. I mean, I love hand tacking sleeves because it's nice to sew pin free, because you're sewing on a curve here, so you want it to be quite stable. I haven't got that luxury, so I'm pinning and sewing. But the absolute this sleeve just fits a dream. So there's no stretching or easing in. It just fits perfectly. And I'm quite proud of that. I like a sleeve that fits nicely. and then sew it on, and then hopefully we can get the da-da moment. And then if you've got an overlocker, just finish the edges all the way round. You might want to get a little bit of binding round the sleeve edge or whatever, but I mean, just zigzag if you haven't got an overlock, or machine overlocker, like an overlock stitch. Most machines have got an overlock stitch, haven't they? Anyway, so when we turn that to the right side, like so, there we are.
Oh, that actually, I'm so glad you managed to finish that, because that is draping an awful lot nicer than I thought it would do.
Yes.
I was curling that into fabric, it was too heavy, but it really works, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, when you first saw it, you said, oh, is it suitable? Yes, and but I thought actually, in a lot of ways, it's still got that lovely drape, but it's got a lovely texture to it, and it's just that little bit more cover. Yeah. So, Now with, I know we haven't probably run out of time.
We've got a few minutes left.
Oh, we've got a few minutes left.
Yeah.
So back to the rouleau and the facing. It's, where is it gone? Here it is. So when it comes to the back neck, here it is. So what we want to do is to get our rouleau, which here it is, and then fold it like a little loop, like so. Now you're going to have a stitch line, which is where you've got the fold there. So what you want to do is to put the loop 1 centimetre down from the top edge, and then pin or clip it in just to hold it. You don't want too much of a gap, because you want it nice and flush to the top edge. What I tend to do first is to sew the facing on round the edge first, and then you can see where you can fit it. So if I just show that first, let's just get that like that. So when that facing is on like so, we just match up the shoulder edges. I'm ahead of myself here. If I just sew that bit there, then I can just show you that bit. So you're pinning the facing onto the top edge, the neck edge, all the way round. And I'm just going to do one side. Then you press it upwards, press the seam allowance upwards as well. And then you get your rouleau. Now you can see much easier now where to put it. So you've got much longer than you need. So you've got a fold there, which is going to be 1 centimetre. You're going to do a seam that's 1 centimetre in. So just make sure it's in the right, you don't want too big a loop. So just pop it in like so. And then just do a few stitches to hold it. And you want those stitches to be within the seam allowance, so just like so. Take your, see, I haven't done that very well, so move it so it's together, and then just trim off those raw edges. Then you
could maybe hand tack that.
Hand tack it might be easier. And then pop that down like so, and then we put that back on the machine, do our 1 centimetre seam allowance. And then just trim your corner. You can just get rid of this top bit and any bits that are stray. And then push it inside out, and out pops your lovely little loop.
Perfect.
And then just make sure your loop is the right size for your button. Don't want it too big, don't want it too small, obviously.
No. Thank you very much. When are you back again, Fiona, do you know?
I haven't got a date.
Oh, haven't you?
No.
We better look into that then.
Yes. Hopefully back in November.
Yeah.
So I need a holiday first.
Lovely. Have a wonderful time.
Yes, thank you.
It's been lovely working with you.
Lovely to see you too, Debbie. Really nice to see you. And yeah, it's lovely to see you, everybody, again.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Right, we are just about out of time. Oh, we've had a message from Marie, says, what a great morning with the guests and great... Oh, God, thank you very much. It's been a lovely morning, hasn't it? We've had a really lovely time. The projects and the products and everything, I think, has been... Well, I've been in my element. I'm having a nice time. Lots of you have got this in your baskets now. Well done. A brand new pattern for you today, and it is just beautiful. And again, with the different types of fabric that you can use as well, it's just gorgeous. It's an easy make. It's something that even as a beginner, you can, read through instructions, watch today's show back again. So have a look on YouTube for that when it's uploaded, and follow the hints and tips that Fiona shared with you, and enjoy making it. And most of all, enjoy the compliments that you're going to receive when you're wearing it. So it's £17.99. Do have a look on the website again for your sizes and your fabric requirements. 2 metres of 140 centimetres wide will make the largest size. But if you want to make one of the smaller sizes and not go for one of our bundles, then all of your dimensions are there on SewingStreet.com. The fabric that Fiona was using is our viscose linen mix. 30% linen and 70%, oh bless you, 70% viscose for that one. But it does, I didn't think it'd work, to be honest. I thought, oh no, that's too heavy. And it does, and it's really beautiful. And a lovely classic design on that one as well. That's £22.99 for a pre-cut 2 metre bundle again. And then I think this one looks quite vintage. Fiona thought it was quite Liberty-esque. This is the viscose challis. When everyone's checked out of this one, we've only got 3 left. And that's your 2 metre bundle again, 2 metres for £14.99. You can make a top for £14.99. You'd be hard pushed to buy that in any kind of fashion store, wouldn't you?
And you can match it with a lovely red lipstick with that fabric.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be amazing. £14.99, again, your price for that one. So, do you want to have a look at what's coming up tomorrow? Well, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it's the Kay Fassett book launch and quilting fabrics. 9 o'clock is pre-cuts and remnant bags with Alistair. It's Rebecca on tomorrow. Rowanzo and embroidery kits is at 10. At 11 o'clock, extra wide quilting fabrics with Alistair again. And then we've got embroidery machines at 12 o'clock. If you're at the Festival of Quilts tomorrow, do pop over and say hello. I shall be I've got my talk at 9:30 with John. And then I'll be on the SewingStreet stand for the rest of the day. And if you're not going to festival, I shall see you here again. Don't know what I'm doing on Sunday, but I'm going to be here again on Sunday as well. So it's been lovely to have your company today. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your App Store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages.